Oh, it's already public. Well, I guess it's time to announce. Right. Oh. The music's down at minus 13 dB. I don't, like... unless you mean, like, me saying something was really loud. But, like, my audio levels in OBS haven't changed, so... That worked correctly? Yep, looks like that worked. What? The GPU have more or less SMs than CPU has cores? I don't know. Okay, we'll just cover up most of the setup. Like, I wanted to... Yeah, there's no way. The postcodes is the only important part of the motherboard. Alright, no, that's the ROPS. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't care. So I think we'll start with a baseline run. So, I say baseline run, I already have the core voltage, like, not super high for a Kepler card on air cooling, but, like, a bit higher than you'd usually, like, well, okay. Bit higher is an understatement, but, it's not, like, we're not, I don't think we're anywhere near the point that it won't scale. Right, so if I start the render test, there we go. So we're at like 1.3 volts, and that's before VDroop. So under load, it's actually going to be even lower. As for what benchmark we're running, Firestrike, of course, because it's my favorite benchmark. Also because I don't know really how to run anything so I don't have Unigine Heaven, and 3Dmark, like, Vantage, I would rather have a 7950X. And 3Dmark 11, I am very bad at. But we might try 3Dmark 11, but I don't think that'll go very well. Then TimeSpy I don't think is, like, I don't think TimeSpy is worth running on a GTX 760. I did not think this through in terms of, like, layout. Well, we only really need the frame rate. And actually, once I turn on LOD, we're not even going to be able to read the frame rate, so... Doesn't really matter. But for Firestrike, I want to get, like, I don't know, like a top 5, I think might be possible. It would be cool to get 8,000 points overall. Might be kind of hard. Oh, great, the capture card gave up. So that's going to be extra fun. This is actually probably one of my favorite things about having the oscilloscope hooked up to stuff that I'm benching, or having like power monitoring, is you're able to tell if it actually crashed or if just like it stopped putting out an image. The funny thing for competitive benchmarking is like as long as the instability didn't actually like delete the workload, it counts. And I do have a few GPUs that if you push the memory too high or so, actually I'm not even sure if it's necessarily the memory, but like with the right combination of settings, the score will just shoot through the roof because the GPU somehow manages to like render frames, but there's nothing in them. So the benchmark, like the score goes sky high even though it's like super bugged out. Anyway, so that's our baseline is 6,000 points. So the plan is, well, we're already on how much? Well, we're gonna max the fan speed. I also have a little extra fan on the back of the card. That fan has a switch on it to put it into like 7,000 RPM mode, but it's not currently in 7,000 RPM mode because I don't want to hear it. Also, that's like an AMD stock cooler fan, if anybody's wondering. So, let's see. We're gonna smash that. Technically, I do have a shunt mod on this card, but, like, it's not super... Like, it's not a very good shunt mod. Like, the card still reads a pretty decently high amount of power, because I didn't use, like, a super thick bridge over the shunt resistor. Anyway. So 1162, that is very low. 1260, we're at 1.3 volts on the core, so it should be able to do over 1300 comfortably. So we're gonna try 1384 for the memory. So I already know, like, the thing is I already messed with the card quite a bit, so I kind of already know where the memory should stop. Unfortunately, the memory doesn't scale with voltage. It's some kind of Hynix, and that's, like, stock... Like, the funny thing is, it did scale with adding a bunch of capacitors, but, like, raising the memory voltage didn't do anything. Wait, I wonder if this is one of those wacky GDDR5 chips that might run better if I undervolt them. Nah, that doesn't make sense, because then the capacitors wouldn't... Now I'm not sure. Because, yeah, like, the card... Like, when I first tested the card, I was like, whoa, the core is so good, and the memory is so bad. And then I added a bunch of capacitors, and that seemingly fixed the memory. But then I also added, like, tried raising the memory voltage from, I think stock was, like, 1.6-ish. It's at, like, 1.7 now. And that didn't do anything. It still clocks memory exactly the same. Though, since that, I've also added some extra capacitors to the PLL rail. No, the PEX rail. So maybe it'll clock memory a bit better now, but I'm really not. I don't think so. 1800 isn't too bad, though. Because I'm wondering, like, if this came with stock 1.6 volts on the memory, then maybe, like, 1.55 or something would clock a bit higher. The thing is, I'd have to like take the card apart, and I didn't set anything up to like record the physical modifications, so we're not doing that on stream because you're not going to be able to see anything when I'm doing that. Also, I couldn't help myself. I have another GTX 760 on the way. It was 15 quid. How can you say no to that? Also, it was like it's a Gigabyte GTX 760, which uses the same PCB as the GTX 770 from Gigabyte, and that PCB is wild. At least the theoretical max configuration of that PCB is wild. The configuration that it comes with, especially for the 760, most of the capacitors are like not popular. Okay, that's not true, but like most of the big capacitors aren't populated. The 770 actually has a lot of them populated, but there's still like a bunch missing. I think that's the last PCB Gigabyte designed for prod lasers. And the capture card gave up again. SLI 760s? Maybe. I don't think it's worth any points though, is it? Yeah, it's not really worth any points, which is a shame. Yeah, there's like a few 35 pointers. I guess I could do Vantage. Wait, no, also you need an SLI license. Ah, hell. That's the worst part with, like, old NVIDIA cards is like, oh, I want to bench SLI, and then you stick it in a motherboard, and it's like, why doesn't SLI work? And it's because the motherboard doesn't have an SLI license, and it's just like, why is NVIDIA like this? Meanwhile, you take AMD GPUs, you stick them in literally, if it has 2 PCIe slots running at X4 2.0, it'll do Crossfire. I never had so many problems with a multi-GPU setup as with trying to run quad SLI on Z690. As in, I never got it to work, and I don't know why it never worked. How's the 14900K you got? It's an Intel review sample, so... You know. How good is my 13900K? Admittedly, it is better than the 13900K. But considering that my 13900K is trash, that's not saying much. So that just ran. What was the max temperature? 60. Oh boy, okay, we're gonna... Okay, so this cooler kinda sucks. I figured it would. But that sucks a lot more than I thought it would. So I kind of want to try push the memory clock, because like I didn't actually check if the extra capacitors on PEX did anything. Also, we're going to have to throw LOD on this eventually. Why is what if thing? I actually have like a universal GPU water block, it's just that like space constraints is gonna be my really bad excuse for this. Because yeah, the universal GPU block is on the big custom loop that's tied to one of the like big test benches, and I didn't feel like pulling that out of the kitchen just to bench one 760. Should buy quick disconnect. I should get quick disconnects, not necessarily even buy them. 7800. I'm not even sure XMP is currently turned on. Also, XMP on this combination isn't stable. It will run benchmarks, but don't try to run any stress tests. Actually, since I'm streaming, I might as well tease something that showed up today. Yeah. Finally, 24 gigabit Hynix in XMPs that, you know, actually work instead of need severe underclocking in order to function. I might do a video messing with those sticks on Intel, but I don't plan to run any stress tests, or, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how to approach it. Like, I am done stress testing Intel CPUs. It never works, and I don't want to deal with it. Did that go up or down? Oh, well, I mean, I barely changed the memory clock, so it's not too surprising. Actually, I wonder if the card is complaining about it. It's just complaining about VREL. Yeah, we're at like 50% of TDP. Let's try more memory clock, because, well, we'll potentially have to downclock it anyway, but it's, like, nice to know where the memory stops on its own. Yeah, no, that is definitely Hynix. These are 6000 CL30 speed, so it can't be Micron. If it was Micron, it would be like 6000 CL34, I think. Something like that. Yeah. So, the 14900K is like the only CPU that I have that actually runs Y-Cruncher on the DDR5 8000 XMP memory kit that I have. But I also didn't run any other stress tests, so that does, like, I don't actually know if that means it's stable or if it just means the CPU works in Y-Cruncher. Because the real kicker with the Intel CPUs, in my experience, is that like, one stress test will work completely and another stress test won't work at all. Is like a regular occurrence. Like recently what made me finally just give up was after doing the various like high voltage, low cast latency stuff with AMD, I thought, oh, I'll do something similar with Intel, except we'll do it at like 7200 or something. So I punch in 7200 CL28, Y-Cruncher runs just fine, and then I start Karhu, and Karhu errors out in like a minute. Like, a minute. It ran over an hour of Y-Cruncher and it didn't last 60 seconds in Karhu. And I was like, okay, screw this, I'm not dealing with that. I went back to Ryzen memory tuning. Because, like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like the CPU only works under very, like, actually, like, my theory has been that basically the CPU only works at very specific temperatures, and if you're outside whatever temperature range is stable, it isn't stable. And I don't mean the memory sticks, I mean the CPU. Have any plans to get an 8700G or one of the other APUs? Depends what the prices are, but I am interested in getting one. What? It's kind of funny is... Oh wait, they're gonna have less L3 cache again. Yeah, AMD has that really sort of solved with their, like, product line in terms of, like, how to make sure that the APUs are never competitive with the CPUs. Just give them less L3 cache. Okay, so... Let's see. We'll just keep going up on the memory. I mean, this is the highest score that I've gotten out of this card so far. 8600G is going to be $230. Oh, then I'll probably pick up one of those. But yeah, like, I was thinking, like, oh, wouldn't it be, like, wouldn't it be interesting if, like, the APUs had similar, had much lower latency because they're monolithic, and then, like, you know, it would maybe be, like, a better alternative to a 7700X or something from a performance perspective, but then it's like, yeah, but the L3 cache. So that's not gonna work. Is this tessellation on? No, this is with LOD turned on. Or more like LOD not modified. It's NVIDIA, you can't turn off tessellation. The interposer is a little bit more robust than most people let on. Nah, you're probably just very lucky. Like, I've heard of people breaking interposers with, like, a toothbrush. And Sapphire actually ships some cards with, like, a plastic protective film over the interposer. Actually, I broke mine with a toothbrush. Oh, and we're starting to finally see some memory instability. So maybe modding the PEX rail would be worth it on this card. Some more. Because it used to be like, this card used to just like, when you raise the memory clock too high, it wouldn't artifact, it would just die. Like the benchmark would like run, and then just drop. Are you on EVC2? No, I have a potentiometer. Glue around the corners of the... You mean around the substrate? Oh yeah, Asus does that on a lot of cards. I'm actually not sure what the purpose of that is. I think it might be for the soldering process. Because it's not an underfill. And it's not, like, it's not physically robust at high temperatures. So it's not for, like, preventing BGA failures or anything. Okay, so I'm in the top 10 comfortably now. Let's see. More core clock. $14.11. Okay. That might still run with the voltage we're at right now. Does the 14900K generally run hotter than the 13... The non-K 13900, I'd say probably yes, but the 13900K not really. The R9 Nanos are, like, really old, and I don't think Asus does the little glue dots on the corners these days. I'm pretty sure it's for, like, alignment and soldering or something, because it's not, like... it's not an underfill. Because, like, physically for, like, stabilize... Like, for... like, structural reinforcement of BGA, you have underfills. That's a thing. You can see it on memory chips on some GPUs. But Asus puts, like, this clear, gummy stuff around, like, the four corners of their GPU cores on some older GPUs. They don't do it on the modern ones anymore. And yeah, and it, like, comes off, like, it's relatively soft. It comes off super easy. I have no idea what it's supposed to do. I think it's for alignment in manufacturing, and that's it, because there's no way it's doing anything structural. Shouldn't you use 12.5 megahertz steps with the core clocks here? No. Why would you do that? Like, the card will just go to whatever clock is viable. It's kind of like if you punch in memory timings that are physically impossible for the memory controller to support, it just gets rounded to the nearest correct value. And we need more V-core. So how are the temperatures? It's still hitting 63. I might end up opening the window. Don't really want to, but I might do that. Okay, we're gonna lower this because it's kind of starting to get off the screen. And I just nudged the HDMI cable. Oh, and it's not coming back. Oh, we're back. Oh, we're gonna try 1.37. I didn't modify the overcurrent protection because this is kind of a not that great 4-phase V-core VRM. So I'm hoping not modifying the current overcurrent protection will prevent any MOSFET failures. Though it might lead to the card randomly shutting down under load. Can you tune memory timings on GTX 700 series? If you can, I don't know how. I know very little about NVIDIA BIOS modding. Actually, that's that's overstatement. I know nothing about NVIDIA BIOS modding. And the extent of my AMD BIOS modding is basically copy-pasting bits and pieces around. Have a GTX 970 that crashes at default clocks? Probably a BGA issue, or the power delivery is, like, super degraded or something. That's, like, a funny thing is, like, I've never seen, like, solid proof. Like, theoretically, power delivery could degrade over time. Like, capacitors degrade, that would be the sort of the main thing. But I've never seen good evidence of that actually happening to anything, ever. Even, like, really old cards, I've not seen it. I did have somebody send me a Titan X Pascal, I think, where they were like, I just want you to, like, replace or upgrade the capacitors because the card is crashing on the load, and I was like, oh, like, I did that. Apparently it fixed it. Wait, are you kidding me? Actually, I think that was a memory crash. But anyway, so apparently that fixed that Titan X Pascal, but, like, when I was, like, I don't you know, like, is super hard to prove if, like, the capacitors on that card were actually degraded or, like, yeah. And then, like, I have heaps and heaps of, like, old cards from eBay, and none of them show any sign of, like, having issues. Except, okay, no, that's not true. Well, no, at stock, they're all fine. Like, I do have a 980 Ti, but that had a VCore VRM failure. So I think the capacitors got, like, roasted by the MOSFET dying rather than, like, old age on that card. Hardware bought episodes back? Hardware bought roundup? No, they're not coming back. That's full system power draw, not just the GPU. I'm gonna vault mod the 760. It's already vault modded. It's actually quite heavily modified already, because I have very poor self-control. I basically, like, when I was testing the power bridge, I was like, let's see what kind of core clock it does, and it did like 1280 or 1290 on stock VCore, which stock VCore is like less than 1.2 volts. So based on my experience with Kepler, that is really, really, really good. I don't think I have any cards that do almost 1300 on less than 1.2 volts. And so I was like, okay, so this is like really good, so needs to go faster. Here we are. So the core voltage is modded, there's a bunch of extra capacitors on everything. Yeah, I basically installed like a good chunk of a dead RX Vega on this thing. Yeah. Yeah, there's a very large port, like a lot of dead because I have a lot of dead Vegas, so and Vegas have a lot of like nice high-end capacitors, so convenient source of capacitors for garbage cards like this. I'm not sure if I'll do a more like in-depth video taking a look at this card. Because, oh boy, we're hitting 69 degrees. That's actually a problem. Okay, we might need to do something about the cooling. Yeah, it's gonna stop scaling pretty soon at these kinds of temperatures. Man. Like, to be fair, the card is reporting... what is it? 60% of TDP, and that's with a shunt mod. Oh. Like, it's just a little wire across the 8-pin shunt, but... I do wonder how much power the core is pulling. Because it's probably a lot. So yeah, that temperature's not great. I think by 80 degrees, it'll, like, hard stop scaling, probably. Can this compete with a stock 760 Ti? I'm pretty sure this beats a stock 760 Ti. Time to open the window. Yep, looks like it. Trying to think if, like... Wait, does this have the hole space? Like, actually, I think this has standard hole spacing, so I might be able to just slap a Morpheus on it. I don't think it's like close in spacing, because NVIDIA cards come with like two different, or at least older NVIDIA cards have like two different hole spacings. There's like a little one and a big one. And I think this has the big one. Or maybe it has both. And I have a Morpheus that's already set up for the wide spacing. Yeah, it has both. So I might just slap a Morpheus on it. Yeah, this thing at 100% is actually surprisingly quiet. Which is not a good thing. Because if it was louder and cooler, I would prefer that. Like, as far as I'm concerned, there's really no downside to having a really high max RPM on the fans of a GPU. Or really anything, right? Because, like, if you don't want to listen to it at 3,000 RPM or 5,000 RPM or whatever, you can just turn the fan speed down. I guess the one downside is that a lot of the really, really high RPM fans use ball bearings, and ball bearings are generally very loud. It already has a, like, back of board fan. Because I was concerned about the 4-phase VRM, but that's not, like, the thing is, you're not going to dissipate much heat from the back of the PCBs. It's not going to do anything. Even if I set that fan, like, right now that fan is doing, I think, 3,500 RPM. If I set it to full speed, I don't think it'll change anything, and it'll just make me annoyed. It's really loud. I used it with the GTX 570 for VRM cooling. Did a pretty good job of that. Or, well, I don't know if it did a good job. It's not like I was monitoring the VRM temperatures, but... I like to think that it helped. So that was 1411. $14.37. Yeah, that should. Yeah, that should run. What kind of fans do you pair with the Morpheus? I use a set of Corsair 120mm maglevs. Though at this point, if I were buying new fans, like, I've had those maglevs for ages, like, I've had them for years. And they're just, like, my go-to bench fans, because they do 2.4K RPM? Something like that. Today, if I was buying new fans for the Morpheus, I would buy Arctic P12 Maxes as bench fans, because those go to, what, like 3K? Or higher, even? And they move a lot of air. Actually, the fans that I have on the 4070 Ti in my daily are Arctic P12 Maxes. Must be in his 30s? No, I'm 26. Nah, Noctua Industrials are awful. They don't, like, they have the F12s, which are, like, not really designed to move, like they're... Yeah, I would, like, the F12, like, I have not seen a single fan test that shows the F12s actually being good. So I don't know why people think they're good. Because I've never seen, like, a benchmark of them actually doing what everybody's like, oh, they're great radiator fans, and it's like, based on what? Because the only reviews that I've seen of the F12s, like the F12s lose to Noctua's own P12s. For like for airflow through radiator for a given for like a given noise level. Anyway, so we need more V-core again. Yeah, still max. Well, now it's not going to max out at 69. T30s? Yeah, if you don't mind the insane price, they, as far as I know, they're still unbeaten for static pressure. Alright, did these guys even test the F12s? No, of course not. That's the worst part. Okay, we're gonna go with Tech Power Up, because I know Tech Power Up tested F12s. Oh, it rolled over. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So we're gonna need more cooling. I'm gonna have to go find the Morpheus. But before that, let's address the fan thing. Oh, looks like I might have been wrong. The F12 is actually good at, like, RPMs that I would never use, but I guess for people who care about silence. But yeah, then once you get to, like, 1500 RPM, right, you have the P12, apparently beating... Oh, that's the old A12, I think. Yeah, I think that's the old A12. Right, and then... Here's the F12 is actually slightly louder than the P12, but the F12 moves, like, way less air, right? So, I guess the F12s make sense at, like, 750 RPM, but the crazy thing to me is that Noctua never made, like, an industrial version of the P12. They made an industrial version of the F12. Anyway, I'm gonna go find the Morpheus. M-die can run lower TRFC with A-die. So, the funny thing about that is, so on Intel, you have TRFC2. M-die does lower TRFC2 than A-die. A-die does lower TRFC than M-die. And the thing is, like, on AMD, A-die actually has a TRFC advantage, which I didn't realize that there would be a difference between TRFC2 and TRFC. So yeah, I guess the physical implementations of the refresh functionality is, like, very different between the two, because TRFC2 on A-die is worse than on M-die. But TRFC is better on A-die than it is on M-die, so... Anyway, yeah, I need to swap coolers. Anyway, so we're going from this thing, which, I'm not even convinced that the only two heat pipes making contact is necessarily an issue. Like, it doesn't look good. But that's actually something I did try with a different DirectCU 2 card, was measuring the temperature difference between the heat pipes, and they basically end up at the same temperature. So, then again, with how heat pipes work, that might not be a good way of checking if they're actually working. Oh well. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, okay, this works. Here's the card. Oh right, I don't have autofocus on. There. So you can see that, like, I just have a potentiometer for the core voltage, and then there's some extra capacitors on the front. A lot more extra capacitors on the back. Actually, it's not a lot more, but, like, there's some. There we go. Yeah. So, like, most of the... okay, I didn't think this through, but... So, basically this row over here wasn't populated at all. Actually, a bunch of the, like, little multi-layer ceramics. Like, originally I was thinking, like, oh, I'm just going to populate the unpopulated pads, so it'll still look relatively normal. And then the memory started clocking way better, and I was like, okay, we're stacking capacitors. So, yeah, though, unfortunately that didn't help as much as the initial just populating all the unpopulated pads thing did. As for what we're going to be cooling it with, a lot more heat pipes. Man, this looks comical. It sinks like twice the length of the car. Cooler swap. Yeah. There. Literally like twice the length of the car. There we go, all set up. Also, thanks Matthew for the 2 quid. Forgot I turned off the power supply. Ugh. One downside to, like, powerful fans is they have a tendency to push themselves away from things. Oh, I forgot to plug in the HDMI. Yeah, that's why I have, like, the foam thing here, is just so that it, like, leans them into the heatsink. Oh, and I forgot to... There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna try the same settings again. Which I promptly forgot. 1437, and we're gonna see what kind of temperatures we get. Hopefully the Morpheus is enough. Yeah, that's 1424. 1437, and I think it was like 618 mem. Yeah, we'll try that. Man, it's still getting quite hot. Like, even the render test got to 45. Thanks, Eric, for the $2. 14900K memory controllers tend to be higher quality than 13900K? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, the thing is, I generally don't bin CPUs. Or really anything on purpose. Like, I have a lot, like, I have enough GPUs that I could bin them. Like, old GPUs. But I have a lot of GPUs because they have unique PCBs. CPUs don't come with unique PCBs, so I don't have lots of CPUs. This thing's really struggling. It maxed out at 56, so it's a lot cooler running. I wonder if it maybe, like, dropping the memory clock wouldn't help. I can't believe it, like, hit the scaling limit so quickly, if it did. $7,600 for a 4-DIMM motherboard is not bad. That's, like, basically... Like, honestly, I'd say that's quite good for a 4-dimmer. With, like, typical IMC quality. I've seen a gigabyte board do 8200 with, like... So, like, that's the issue with Intel motherboards, and why I've, like, given up, basically, on trying to test them, is, like, the motherboard makes way... Like, unless you have, like, a full range of CPUs to go, like, oh yeah, this motherboard with an average memory controller does X, With a below average memory controller, it does Y. And with an above average memory controller, it does Z. Because unless you have, like, good... Like, unless you know how good the memory controller of the CPU itself is, it's really hard to say if it's the motherboard being good or if your CPU is just, like, good, right? It's like, yeah, CPU does 7800, like, the chip that does 8200 on 4DIMM Gigabyte boards also does, like, 8800 on an Apex. So it's like, that's not the board being good, that's the CPU being good. So this is not going the way I hoped it would. Does it really need that much more V-core, or does this one just roll over really early? I'm gonna try 1.42. So, Asus, the SP rating, as far as I know, is basically useless for the memory controller. Like, it's good for figuring out max bootable frequency, but basically useless for stability. Oh, it is very upset. So it did roll over. Man, that's annoying. Like, we have way more cooling, and it's just rolling over already. Like, I guess I could try tighten the mounting hardware a bit more, but the thing is, like, this isn't spring-loaded. If I wanted to, I could snap the PCB with the mounting hardware, so that's not really a, you know, great option. Best 760 on the planet? Not by far. Like, there's some crazy 760 scores. Like, the world record for Firestrike on the 760 is 9,200, yeah, over 9,200 points. Admittedly, that's on liquid nitrogen, so, you know. But also, it's a really cool card that did it. No, don't unmute. Man, it is less stable than, like, when I started. What happened? Anyway, so this is the record for Firestrike with a 760. This card got more caps from the factory than mine does. Man, I wish I had one of these. I'm pretty sure this was a China exclusive card. Anyway, other scores are like, so I'm getting like 7,560, I think was the top one I've gotten so far, so like 7th place, but admittedly, I haven't turned on LOD yet. But like, we have people on water cooling, apparently a card on stock cool. Okay, I have to see that. Oh, I mean, okay, I'll buy that. I'll believe it. Yeah, well, that, like, I'd believe that that heatsink could do 1450 if the core is good enough. This also has more caps than my card does. And the funny thing is, like, I've tested some Kepler, like, I think I tested a reference GTX 680 where it was like, you could just keep adding caps and it would, like, And honestly, it got unreasonable towards the end of it, but it was, like, still kind of gaining core clock. So I don't know, maybe I should just, like, go all the way with this card. But the thing is, it's like a crappy little 4-phase. So I don't, you know, it's like, do I really want to put all that effort into onto a card where the VRM might blow up? Yeah, okay, we'll try 1424. $13,600K. I would, well, under low, like, for like 100% load, I don't think I'd be comfortable seeing the core voltage above 1.3 volts or 1.35-ish. CPU is currently at stock. We might. The thing is, I don't think overclocking the CPU is actually gonna help, because the GPU is so slow that, like, it's getting hard carried even if the CPU is completely stock, I think. Like, in my defense, I say carried, but, like, I am not the only person who came up with the idea of, like, if you just run the 760 with a 12900K or something silly like that, you're gonna have a bigger score. This is actually pretty typical on hardware bot, right? Like, from over here. Okay, this is a 9900K. And this is definitely running LOD. Also, this guy's running, like, 1580 core. He's on what? Chilled water cooling. Yeah, so that makes sense. Then we have Black Dot, who, yeah, see, 13900KS at 6.2. 62K physics. That's actually not that much higher than what I'm getting in physics right now, because I'm getting 59K. Oh, I think he typoed his core clock, because in the screenshot it looks like 6.1. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's 6.1. Well, that makes sense. Then we have Neil, who's doing 9900K on phase change for the 760. Oh, that's also an Asus card. That's actually, I think that's the same card. Yeah, that's the same card I have. Apparently he decided to just cut the... It's like, okay, well... Like, to be fair, it's really stiff on this card. Like, I hate that. Like, for whatever, like, some cards, the connector is just, like, super stiff, and this one's one of them. And some of them, it comes out really nice and easy. Like, you can just tug on the cables, and it just pops out. And this thing is just, like, I don't know, like, tolerances or something, and it's just super tight. Oh, you can see the power bridge. Turns into a condensation magnet by the looks of things, which makes sense. Yeah, so that's the memory being downclocked, but at least our, what was it, 1424 core passed. Let's bring the memory back in. Kind of wondering if, like, modding the PEX rail wouldn't be worth it. Because on some cards it helps. Sometimes. Also, what's wild is actually the NVIDIA PEX rail is not one... Like, if you wanted to, on a lot of cards, you can actually split up the PEX rail into, like, sub-rails. I can't show you... Yeah, no, I definitely can't show you how I know that. But basically, on NVIDIA cards, the PEX regulator is a linear regulator, And that linear regulator, some of it goes straight to the GPU core, powering whatever it is that it powers. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's documentation on what exactly inside the core it powers. But anyway, so some of it goes straight to the core. And depending on the card, you'll see potentially like, you'll see like one or maybe multiple inductors that it goes into, and then it goes into the core. So there's like divisions of the PEX rail like that. So what you can do, and I've done this on a GTX 570, I'm not sure if it's actually worth doing, but I wanted to experiment with it anyway, is you can actually like split up all of the sub rails of the PEX rail if you just add extra linear voltage regulators, right? So instead of having like one linear voltage regulator that powers all of these like 3 or 4 regions, you can desolder the inductors and split off each of the regions onto its own linear regulator, which I haven't gone that far. I just added one linear regulator and then I have the option to replace whichever region I want. But yeah, the reason I bring that up is because some of those regions seem to be like based on some documentation that I shouldn't have access to, that I don't have. Some of those seem to be like specifically for the memory controller, or specifically for the PCIe interface, or specifically for like display drive and stuff. So yeah, super interesting. And also I think the 780 Ti Kingpin Edition actually has like 3 different PEX rails on it. Like there's a regulator for each of the sub-regions, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that card has just like a silly amount of linear regulators, because normally you just have like the memory VRM goes straight into a linear regulator that generates PEX rail. But there's some cards where you'll have like, I think the Matrix also does that. Yeah, where you'll just have like a bunch of linear regulators instead of the single PEX rail regulator, so that they're each controlling their individual regions. I don't know how beneficial that is. It's just like, it's a thing. And it's not like, I've not seen much information about it. I just find it quite interesting that like, yeah, technically you could split that all out manually, and then potentially like specifically juice the voltage control, like say the memory controller, without juicing the rest of the card if there's something that like doesn't like the voltage being too high. Anyway, let's run again. Disable E-cores? I don't think we need to do that. You might test it, because I did run into, with the GTX 960, this was really annoying, was like I couldn't figure out why my GPU score was like not reflective of the clocks I was at, and turning off the E-cores actually kind of helped. Which it shouldn't, because Firestrike is like relatively modern, but like it did, if I remember correctly. So we might do that. Is it generally recommended to turn off the E-cores? For day-to-day use, no. Like, unless you specifically have software that hates the E-cores that you use a lot, I wouldn't recommend turning them off. Is not Win 11? No, we're on Windows 10 right now. It is like the latest or relatively up-to-date version of Windows 10. It's not super ancient. I did recently update my Windows 10 installs. Actually, this card has extra pads for like a linear regulator looking type thing on the top edge of the PCB. Wait a minute, it's even populated on the Tech Power-Up version. Oh yeah, that is a linear regulator. Win 11 scheduler is better? Yeah, but Windows 11 is terrible, so I'll avoid using that to the best of my ability. Identify weak and strong cores. You can manually test them. Though in my experience, the clock speed differences between the cores are generally so small that I never really understood the point of trying to distinguish between them. Like, a lot of the cores are within like 100 or 200 megahertz of each other, so it's like you're not, that's not going to make a measurable or like okay, measurable, yes. Perceivable performance difference, no. Hey, 7600. Progress. But anyway, what I wanted to take a look at, where's Edge? There's Edge. Okay, I'll just move that up in my scene stack. Anyway, yeah, so interestingly enough, this chip is missing on my card. Actually, the PCB that Tech Power Up got is quite different from what I have. So for example, I don't have this silk screening. For the, like, this is evidently they wanted to put a bunch of input filtering capacitors and they decided not to bother. Actually, I think... Oh. I think if we have an EVGA card, it should give you some idea of what they were planning to do, I think. Yep, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, so basically Asus had the, like, padding for all of this, and then they decided not to do that for whatever reason. I don't actually, like, the card seems to clock fine. And I actually added a bunch of extra multi-layer ceramics, and I don't think they actually made a difference, so... yeah, I can see why Asus decided, like, the funny thing is, like, this version has the silk screen, and it doesn't have the pads, and my card doesn't even have the silk screen. It's not, like, the silk screening isn't even there. Even though the PCB revision over here is actually the same. Then again, I guess silkscreen revisions wouldn't be counted as a PCB revision, so fair enough. And then, yeah, like, I don't have this chip. I don't have that chip on my card. It's just not there. Also, I don't have this capacitor, and I'm quite salty about that. Actually, no, but, like, yeah, originally my card didn't have that capacitor. Oh, and this... So this came with these capacitors, and mine didn't. Yeah, my card didn't have these. Didn't have all of these. Okay, these were missing. That one was missing. Was it missing? Yeah, I think this one was missing. This one was... No, this one I think was populated. I think this one was missing. Probably this one too. Oh, and here you can kind of see what I suspect are like the various PEX rail splits, maybe? Actually, no, this looks like it's V-core. No, this I think might be PEX rail. Yeah, because I think this is a ground. Yeah, this is a ground over here. This is V-core. This... Yeah, so this is probably like PEX... Like, this is like these little big... like resistor-looking things. Oh boy. So, if it's black, it's probably a resistor. If it's beige or white, well, actually, it could be white and a resistor, but generally, if it's black, it's a resistor. If it's beige or brown or not black, it's probably a capacitor. But if it's big and black, then it's probably a SMD inductor, like a chip, like a small inductor. So yeah, we have these guys here, and those are inductors. And those get used for, like, doing things like splitting up the PEX regulator into a bunch of different power rails. Anyway, I was wondering... Oh, yeah, so this is our memory VRM controller. Oh, this even has different MOSFETs from my card. Yeah, so I have, like, a much later production version of this PCB, I think. Because mine is quite different. But anyway, and also these MOSFETs are super old. Like Asus, yeah, I think Asus, these might be the same MOSFETs that Asus used on like a GTX 570. Actually, I think they even used these on a GTX 480 potentially. Now, I'm not, like, I'm just judging that off of the packaging. I'm not 100% certain, but like, this like physical like the packaging of these MOSFETs is pretty unique. You don't see it too often. So it's probably the Nexperia PH somethings that Asus was using for like ever and ever and ever. And what's kind of neat about these is these have a really high max temperature compared to a lot of the later MOSFET designs. Like these, I think, were rated to work up to like 175 instead of 150 degrees Celsius. They weren't particularly efficient. It just meant like, yeah, you could run them really hot and they would still work. Oh, and they also did INA 219s instead of a 3221, I think. Yeah, I think I have a 3221 instead of one of those, and if there's one of those, then we should have another one. Yeah, down here by the PCIe slot. So this is a shunt monitoring chip. Oh yeah, and the power bridge isn't yellow if you get it new from the factory. Wait, did they actually solder the bridge in? On the... Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, so on my card, these tabs weren't soldered in. Interesting. Anyway, I think at this point, I'm gonna... Well, okay, we're gonna bring the memory back, like, more up again. Because I think the core is maxed. I don't think the core is going anywhere at this point. So now it's just max the memory and then turn LOD on and see what happens. B650 Tai Chi Lite is a good pick. Yeah. Honestly, I think the B650... Like, I haven't had the opportunity to test a B650 Tai Chi Lite, but I do have a live mixer, and I quite like it. And from, like, a overclocking features perspective, I think the Tai Chi Lite is, like, the best... one of the best options. Because it has ECLK. Now, I'm not sure if the ECLK implementation is as good as, say, well, so Gigabytes is clunky, but you do have very fine granularity, because Gigabyte lets you adjust the BCLK by, like, 100th of a megahertz, which is just kind of ridiculous. There's really no point in having, well, yeah, there's really no point in having it that granular, because, like, 100th of a megahertz is, like, good luck measuring that in benchmarks. But... Whereas I'm not sure if, like, what kind of granularity ASRock has, but honestly, that's not really the end of the world, I don't think. And, yeah, like, it has a postcode. Memory overclocking-wise, my experience with the 4DIMM ASRock boards is that they're, I'd say, better than Asus 4DIMMers. Worse than Gigabyte 4DIMMers. Though things might have changed since I last tested, so I'm not 100% certain about that. Any thoughts on Big Ski water blocks? No, because I don't generally use full cover GPU blocks. ECLK on the Tai Chi is by 1 megahertz. Oh, that kind of sucks. Yeah, like... I don't necessarily, like, 100th of a megahertz is unnecessary, but, like, a half a megahertz or, like, 0.25 megahertz, I think would be a good step size. You know, if you want to have that 3.5% CPU overclock. ECLK Gen. So, having, like, the 7800X3D is, like, the one CPU that, like, debatably require, like, if you want to overclock a 7800X3D, the only way to really do it is with ECLK. Now, because the core voltage is locked, you're not really going anywhere with the ECLK, but it is generally more effective than, say, PBO tuning, so it's like, I don't know, like, how much value you want to, you know, give it. X 24 gig M die on Intel, or timing wise it's quite different. Also, it generally clocks a bit higher, but here's the issue. I don't want to stress test Intel CPUs. Yeah. That's the end of the story. Oh, wait a minute. I wanted the frickin' 3Dmark calculator. Okay, so we're gonna be doing some calculating here. So what are we getting? 7823. And so right now we're getting like 59K 500. Yeah, and if I got like say 62K, it's something, I guess. It's technically not nothing. It's like 6 points. Obviously, this is completely impossible. I'm just wondering what that would do, and it would do not much. Why does 3Dmark lag so much on the machine analysis? It's not really lag, but like the system info is anti-cheat. So Firestrike has a GPU BIOS. Yes, I know. I was just wondering, like, should I even bother? And the answer is, nah, not really. Okay, how do I LOD again? Okay. Oh no. Shouldn't this be on? Replay mode all, and I think it's plus. Now we shouldn't be able to see anything. How good is memory overclocking on a 2DIMM A620? Did you hit apply? I think so. Yes, I did. Are you going to test the 8700G? Probably not, but I will maybe test the 8600G. Because, yeah, like, I don't think there's any chance of the 8700G being, like, a better gaming CPU than, say, a 7700X, because it's not going to have enough L3 cache for that. But I do want to play with a monolithic Zen 5 CPU. Also, I want to, like, if the iGPU is substantial, it could be kind of fun to mess with DDR5 overclocking for iGPU performance. If the 8700G had the same, yeah, it doesn't have the same L3 cache as a 7700X. If it had the same L3 cache as a 7700X, then, like, it would probably be a better gaming CPU than a 7700X. Which is why it doesn't come with that much L3 cache. Actually, it's not even that. It's just, it's a laptop chip, and L3 cache is big, like, it sucks up a lot of space and kind of a lot of power, and so it's like, yeah, you're not, you know, gonna slap a bunch of L3 cache on a laptop CPU. Man, the memory on this card really sucks. Or at least it feels like it really sucks. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that I'd get sampled an 8700G by AMD. They did send me a 7950X, which died, and then they sent me a 7900X, which I still use very regularly. And then, but like the 7800X 3D, I bought that. The 7600X, I bought that as well. And so it's like, yeah, I'll probably, like, for the G series, I'm assuming I'm going to have to buy one, and in that case, I don't want to spend money on 2 extra cores on a CPU that's, you know, like what am I going to do with those 2 extra cores? I guess it might run memory stress tests slightly faster. Well, I tested it if I buy it for you. What do you mean by test it? Because if you're thinking, like, are you going to do gaming benchmarks, that's not happening. What do you think about the Mag X670 Tomahawk? Wait, don't tell me that LOD made the core clock less stable. It sure looks like it. Anyway, so the X670 Tomahawk. Also, I really don't want this stream to devolve into motherboard discussion. This doesn't look that different from a B650 board in terms of feature set. What's the price on it? Like, I'd probably, like, is it cheaper than a B650 Tai Chi Lite? On an AP that's DDR5. Well, I want the 86, like, I'm probably gonna buy an 8600G, so, like, that's still a DDR5 APU. Wait, did it just crash again? Okay, no. I'm watching the oscilloscope and it's just like, wait, it's not doing anything. Did it crash? But yeah, like, for AM5, I would generally... Like, I feel like X670 boards just generally don't make a ton of sense unless there's, like, you know, unless you can point to, like, a specific feature that the board has where it's like, this is why I want this X670 board. Because from a performance perspective, B650 is exactly the same and significantly less expensive. 8700K and 1070 GPU, what do you think would be the limit before CPU? Well, it depends what games you play, right? Because there's some games that like will be CPU bottlenecked even on a 14900K or a 7800X 3D. And for oh, if you just want really high res, like the thing is, if you buy like let's go into silly land. Let's say you bought a 4090 and it's super CPU bottlenecked. Well, you could always just like, if you're on a 4K monitor, you could just render the game at 8K by CPU bottleneck. Right? That option exists. You can just render 4 pixels per pixel, and then it doesn't matter how bottlenecked your CPU is. Unless you're doing ray tracing. Is that even hitting 60 FPS? Depends on the game, I think. Man... well, I mean, we did hit the scaling limit, so that's kind of a problem, isn't it? Man, the competition at the top of the 760 ranking is, like, harsh. Like, the gaps between the scores are, like, really big. Because, like, from 10th is 7472, 9th is 7491, 8th is 7547, and then 7th is 7754. There's, like, a 200-point gap between those two. Between, like, 8 and 7. Yeah, there's, like, 200 points between those two. And then from 7 to 6, it's like another 100 points. Like, whoa. And then it's another almost 100 points to 5th place. Well, looks like I'm screwed. But, so, anyway, back to the GPU. I would probably just decide on a price that you're looking at, and then buy the best GPU at that price point. Right? Like, I guess I wouldn't really... Like, look at what games you want to play, and then, like, decide from there, I guess. And, like, what resolution you're at, and, like, what GPU gets you the frame rate that you want, assuming that your CPU is good enough for it. Anyway, I'm going to save a profile, and we're going to try turn off the E-cores to see if that does anything for the GPU score. Because, like, I did have that with the 960 where it was like, my GPU score is, like, weirdly low. I don't think my current score is actually weirdly low, but, like, I want to make sure that I'm not, like, robbing myself of points by having the E-cores turned on. Like, it's going to tank the physics score. Actually, it might help Combined. Because Combined is super weird. Like, if there's one thing, like, Combined loves GPU memory performance, and is generally really wacky. Also, Firestrike with a 760 on a 7900X does not run very well. Yeah, like, originally I was testing this card with the 7900X, and the scores were, like, I think, like, 100 or 200 points lower than they are with the 14900K, which is, like, and it's not because of the CPU score, it was, like, actual GPU and Combined were, like, bad. Probably because of dual CCD things, which is just kind of wacky to think about, that, like, you could have a complete potato of a GPU. And, like, still it loses points if you use the wrong CPU with it. So yeah, time to say goodbye to the E-cores. And since we're already going to be going into the BIOS, I may as well check if there's anything to do with the memory. Why do Sandy Bridge records all seem to stop around 6 gigahertz? Because Sandy Bridge doesn't scale with temperature at all. So the only way to get, like... So Sandy Bridge CPUs clock basically the same at, like, say, 20 degrees Celsius as they do... at, say, 20 degrees as they do at, say, minus 40. And in fact, there's a lot of Sandy Bridge CPUs that do not work at, like, minus 40 degrees basically at all. So, yeah, that's why. Is, like, because the only way to get, like, high clocks on a Sandy Bridge CPU is basically just bin a keep binning CPUs until you find one that, like, gets into Windows at, like, 6 gigahertz on air cooling, and if it does that, it'll probably run benchmarks if you put it on, like, water cooling or slightly below ambient, or maybe a lot below ambient, but that really depends, and they really don't scale. It's not like, say, Ivy Bridge or... Well, Ivy Bridge probably is one of the better options, but yeah, it's not like Ivy Bridge or, say, an 11900K. 11900Ks are super easy to run on liquid nitrogen. It's not like that. Or FX chips, right? You take an FX CPU, it does like 5 gigahertz ambient. You take it to minus 200, and it does like 7 plus. You do that with a Sandy Bridge CPU, you take it to minus 200, it doesn't turn on. You take, like, if you're really unlucky, you can get Sandy Bridge CPUs that you go to, like, minus 20 and they stop turning on. And even if they are turned on, they won't necessarily function anymore. So it'll be like, oh yeah, you cool it down and it just shuts down on you kind of stuff. So, yeah, so that's why the Sandy Bridge rankings are, like, very... like, they don't look very impressive, because Sandy Bridge basically clocks the same on liquid nitrogen as it does on, like, water cooling. Because Sandy Bridge is just like that. Now, the world record for FX chips is like 8,700 megahertz. And the 8150 was not, like, the record was actually held by the 8350 for a while, and then the 8370. Wait, where is the CPU-Z rankings? Oh, there we go. So this is obviously Elmore's insane 9 gigahertz 14900 KF run. But if you look at the top rankings, you have 9 gigahertz Elmore, 8.8 Safe Disk, 8.8 Wittix, Super O... Wait. Is that from Super Micro? Oh my god, it's Super Micro! So yeah, we've got, like... And then we have the FX8370 at 8722, FX8150, 8700. I think this CPU is a 1 in 1000 or something insane like that. Like, Andre Yang apparently just binned and binned and binned FX chips for, like, I think years. Or a year, like, forever. Like, this CPU is an absolute, like, insanity chip, apparently. Yeah, and then you have a bunch of, like, 14th gen, 13th gen mixed in with the FXs. And then there's me! On a 9590. Also, that 9590 is insane. It pulls so much power, doing nothing. Who's Super Micro? Super Micro is a, like, server manufacturer. Like, they mainly make server motherboards. And they've been like trying to make enthusiast like overclocking motherboards for a while, but they keep kind of not being very successful with that. But it's kind of cool to see them like on the rankings. But anyway, let's see if turning off the E-cores help the GPU score at all. The thing with the very, very top CPU records is I'm not sure it's really fair to consider them like one-man... Well, I think some of them are solo efforts, but like a lot of them are like you'll have multiple, especially the helium sessions are like you don't do that solo. You just don't, because like literally the physical requirements of somebody controlling the liquid helium, because I think that was a liquid helium run, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a liquid helium run. So the physical requirements of like feeding the liquid helium into the CPU is like you need a team of people, right? Like somebody needs to be on the somebody needs to be setting the clocks and stuff and like dealing with the system. And actually, I think for this, there was one person just doing screenshots, one person setting clocks, and then like another set of people controlling the temperature. Yeah, so this is like it's Elmore and like a bunch of people from Asus, and yeah, like, still an absolutely insane validation. Anyway, back to the GTX 760 on air cooling. The funny thing about the, you'd think CPU Z validations would be relatively low effort, and that, really depends on, how much you, try to push them, because, the FX 9590 for me, I think that was, a 2-hour session, on a not a very good motherboard, or more like a motherboard that's really good for, getting high clocks, but really shit at actually powering the CPU. So, yeah, that was fun. The GTX 970, yeah, that's the card where the memory controllers are, weirdly partitioned, so you have, 3.5 gigs of memory that run at, kind of full speed, and then you have a half a gig of memory that runs at very low speed. Still faster than PCIe off the top of my head, though. Music genre? Dude, I have no idea. I like to consider myself industrial metal adjacent, but... Oh yeah, I guess for people who haven't really watched many of my streams, the music that plays in the background is made by me. So, yeah. Also, I don't know what genre it is. Thoughts on Super NVIDIA getting wrecked on the 500 plus... What? What instruments do you play? The mouse. I literally do all of the music by just, using the mouse to edit the MIDI notes. Because I am way too physically uncoordinated to, use my fingers to, do anything. So GPU score is up a little, but that's like margin of error probably. I'm not sure if I remember this correctly. Man, why is Windows like this? Current personal rig, 7800X3D, that's currently running like stock, and then DDR like some engineering sample gigabyte memory kit from the Z690 launch. That's Hynix MDI, and that runs at like 6000 CL30. What do you mean by the 500 plus market? Because NVIDIA dominates the high end. Actually, NVIDIA dominates the GPU market in general. Like, didn't the 4090 outsell the literal entire 7000 series? Is it worth overclocking a 7800X3D? No, not really. Like, I did run a 3.5% ECLK overclock for a bit, but that broke at one point, and I haven't been bothered to reconfigure that. Like, the overclock, like, the issue is there was, like, I think the board, like, mistrained, and then, resetting the memory training breaks, like, there's, like, Gigabyte's ECLK overclocking implementation is a bit jank, basically. So, yeah, that wasn't, so I just kind of gave up on it. I'll probably re-enable it someday, but, like, I'm happy with my daily system, so it's just like, I don't really feel like messing with it. It plays games, it runs, it streams, it records videos, it doesn't crash, and that's, you know, kind of everything I really needed to do. Have you tried 27 threads? Is that a thing? That AM5 easy timing you released, worth it? So the one thing about that video that it doesn't work anymore is the 2033 FCLK. For the FCLK, you should just run the highest FCLK that you can in 1-to-1 mode. But for the timings, those work. Like, the timings I run on my daily system are basically that. Actually, basically that, yeah, I think it's literally that. GPU, 4070 Ti. I got a 4070 Ti Tough on eBay for like 600 quid. So, yeah, because it was like the card had an issue where the fan speed wouldn't work properly, so I got it on a, you know, like a good price because the fan speed was broken. And the funny thing is, I think it's a software bug. But I don't know what specific software causes the bug because I didn't have the fan speed issue on the test bench, and then I put it in my daily system and it worked for a bit, and then one day it was just stuck at 100% fan speed. So I deshrouded it and I just run it with some Arctic P12 Maxes. So this is doing better than the other LOD setting. Also, now that we have the E-cores off, I might try, because, well, combined, I think combined is up slightly. So yeah, we're gonna probably do something to try increase the physics score, because I would, like, you know, at the start of the stream I was like, oh, 8000 would be cool, but it doesn't scale, so it's not happening. Like, no, like, I can't, like, if I raise the voltage, it's not gonna help anything at this point. So, actually, is that still true? Where'd the screwdriver go? Oh, there it is. We're gonna try a bit more voltage. I'm not gonna change the LOD just yet. But yeah, maybe messing with the LOD some more, because it might be different from Maxwell. For like optimal LOD. How can I check my FCLK stability if I'm thermal throttling in Linpack? The thermal throttling wouldn't affect the FCLK stability, like, wouldn't affect the, like, the erroring out of the FCLK. Well, the timings I have aren't meant to work for Samsung, or wait, what's Samsung? Well, there wasn't a broken Strix on eBay, so, like, what was I supposed to do about that? Or maybe there was, but I wasn't about to pay Strix prices. Especially because I think the Strix 4070 Ti is the same PCB as the TUF 4070 Ti. You have a day job. Yeah, being a YouTuber. Oh, it looks like 1424 passes now, though I feel like the room has gotten a bit colder, so maybe that's helping. Isn't G-flops in Linpack only affected by the CPU clock? Well, if your Infinity Fabric was unstable, your G-flops would fall off a cliff. How well does it pay? It could pay better if I took sponsorship money. What? Why did it crash? Don't you Twitch stream? Yeah, I also stream on Twitch, but I decided that, like, this stream would be, like, not garbage, so, or at least try to make it not garbage, so it could go up on YouTube. Nah, I wouldn't say sell it, like, dealing with sponsorships is like selling your soul. It's just like, I don't like dealing with, well, anything, like people, so. It's like, no sponsorships. The thing is, like, it would drastically change, like, how I deal, like, I hate producing videos, and if I started accepting sponsorships, it would quite drastically change how, like, video production works. And, yeah, I don't want to do that. Because, like, if it's a pre-recorded ad read, then it's like I need to somehow inject that into the video, which means, like, editing. And if I just like integrate it into the video, then it means one more thing for me to potentially screw up during a take, which is like, oh, I'm not dealing with that. So yeah, no ads. And then also I don't like ads. So like the random like CD key reseller websites is like, yeah, they're not getting like I'm not gonna advertise those. That's like the vast majority of the emails that I get where it's like, oh, we'd love to sponsor your content, so to sell like Windows keys and Microsoft Office keys and what else is it? Like that kind of thing. What web browser do I use? Firefox. Like, I've been using Firefox since high school, and I just haven't seen a reason to switch away from it. Our message is blocked if it has a link? Yes. And I can't do anything about that. Like, because I had this idea that it would be cool to do, like, reacting to RAM timings as a live stream. But there's no way for me to make it possible for people to send in screenshots. At least not that, like, I can think of. Other than, like, maybe somehow doing something weird, like, oh, you need to send the screenshot over Twitter or Discord or something, and then, like, and it's just, like, that is, like, I don't like that. Ooh, progress. Man, I'm still 7 points away from the score I want to beat. Oh boy. Also, the stability is like really on edge, which I think maybe +3 might be optimal for this. Open the window, wrap myself in a blanket for better overclocks. Add more caps. The thing is, I can't do soldering on stream. Also, there's like a motherboard sitting in the soldering area right now that needs to move. And yeah, disorganized mess. $3,600, 16, 21, 17 sounds very Micron. And if that's Micron, that's weirdly low clock speed for a 4600G. Like, with a 4600G, doing like 4000 should be trivial. Even like 4400 should be pretty easy. Unless you have a completely potato motherboard. So, funny thing about the Gigabyte PSU, Gigabyte sent that to me, like, after the whole fiasco with their, like, the lower-end power supplies, which had, like, non-functional overpower protection, an OCP, I think. Yeah, and they were like, oh, you should make a video, and it's like, but I don't do power supply reviews. I don't have power supply testing equipment. This isn't how this works. But, like, it is a good power supply. Like, that's the thing is, like, just, like, the brand of a PSU doesn't necessarily mean anything. Because the internals aren't usually made by whatever company puts their label on it. And the funny thing is, I think this is actually the same, the actual, like, OEM for this is the same as the OEM of the ones that did explode, but this is, like, the high-end platform, right? So, like, things you would cost optimize out of a more budget design, yeah, you're not going to do that on a high-end design. So things like, oh, we're just not going to implement the protection circuitry properly because it's expensive, or because we can't be, because it's actually, generally speaking, if a company can't be bothered to do something, it's because it costs money, right? Like, somebody would have to spend time designing this, and we don't want to pay them to do that. So, basically, that. So, like, that's the thing is, like, you can get even, like, Seasonic power supplies that aren't necessarily amazing. Though I don't think Seasonic ever put out a power supply with downright faulty protections. Hey, I got the score! Aorus P1200? I think so? The thing is, the name, like, for this PSU is, like, is that it? Oh yeah, that is it. Yeah, because they didn't even tell me what, like, there isn't a model name on the power supply. I can't find the packaging for it, so I just refer to it as the 1200 watt Platinum Gigabyte PSU. Because I know what efficiency rating it has, and that's basically, and the capacity, and that's basically it. And I will say, I have tripped the short circuit protection on this power supply multiple times at this point, and it still works. So that's something, because I've seen some power supplies where, like, the short circuit protection eventually just, like, gets permanently stuck on, and the PSU stops working. And also the circuit, actually not even, like, so, like, the thing is, this isn't a scientific test, because again, I don't have testing equipment, but, like, I had a motherboard die while connected to this power supply, and the CPU survived the motherboard failing. And the motherboard didn't suffer any serious damage, which in my book is, like, that's a win, because I was able to repair the motherboard. So, like, why did the motherboard die? I don't know. That motherboard did have an LN2 session on it. Like, I ran that motherboard on LN2 once, so maybe there was moisture somewhere, like, trapped somewhere, and that killed it. Because, yeah, I don't, like, I didn't do, like, a full, like, actually, I don't even know how I would do, like, a full failure analysis or anything, but the fact that the motherboard, because the thing is, like, when you sometimes have power stages or MOSFETs die, the worst case scenario isn't the MOSFET failing, it's the worst case scenario is the MOSFET welding itself to the board, or burning a hole through the board, or killing whatever's downstream, and burning a hole into the board. So, you know, the, like, range of, like, how much damage a failing power delivery component can do is very large, and the fact that, like, and to, within my understanding, like, having a power supply that quickly turns off if something goes wrong should minimize the amount of damage that can happen in that kind of scenario. So, yeah. Then again, I wish there was, like, a way of, like, testing that. There probably is, but, like, I don't have the resources for it. Another option would be to just have it, like, standard for all power delivery circuitry to have a bunch of fuses. But that gets really, like, weirdly impractical past a certain point, so yeah. Wait, am I gonna think I'm gonna save this score. Oh, I'm gonna need to make this 1080p for that. You can get cheap Epic CPUs, but can you get cheap motherboards for those Epic CPUs? Isn't that usually the bigger issue with various high-end CPUs? Is like, yeah, the CPUs might not be very expensive, but good luck getting a motherboard. Oh, the 3Dmark window scaling is like super broken now. I guess I could have also just made my screen resolution even higher. There, now nobody... I can't see anything, you can't see anything, but, like, I can fit everything comfortably. Wait, no, I wanted main board. It was print. And... Wait, everything should be up to date still. Kinda want to try more memory clock. That's a lot more memory clock for this card. Well, we'll see. I think it'll crash, but we'll see. So what temp we at? 26. Well, that didn't work. Now, 1822 is what I already ran. So I guess I could try... That's 1B. Wait. No, that's 18 in hex. Yeah, that's 20. It might be worth trying to clock the CPU up a bit at this point. Because off the top of my head, I want to say that with just the P-cores, like 45,000 point CPU score is pretty, or at least like 44,000 is pretty doable. I don't know what a Bristol Ridge is. I think that counted as it finishing. I don't think it crashed. Yeah. Man, I really wish I had some Sub-Zero cooling for all the random crappy low-end NVIDIA cards that I have. Actually, just in general. I'm quite frustrated at, like, my mismanagement of my resources to the point that, like, I have plenty of liquid nitrogen storage capacity and not enough space to use it. Slight artifacting? Like, we're removing textures here, and you're gonna complain about some sparkly? Got a 5900X on the tech. Wait, what tech? Like, I want to hear more about this. 'Cause that's actually, like, a pretty, like, that's kind of a lot of CPU to put under a Peltier. Wait, has the combined power consumption gone up since I turned off the E-cores? I haven't really been paying attention to it. Okay, so this is definitely slower than just using +3. Oh, yeah, actually, I do 19. Oh, this is annoying. Okay, 20? What? Why is it now re-encoding to... Okay, that's 1E. Yeah, so this is going to be slightly, like, this is slightly higher than +3 LOD. So I'm wondering, like, if that still helps. Do I need to let this cool off? Nah, that's fine. 12,740. Wait, you just have a single tech on it? You can get 335 watt techs. Oh. Yeah, no, but the thing with techs is, like, you need, like, let's say you're trying to cool, like, a 200 watt CPU, you need, like, 400 watts of techs. And the 5900X isn't exactly low power in all core. I've been really wondering, like, what would happen if you took, like, a 7800X 3D Sub-Zero and just, like, tried to push the ECLK as high as possible. Because on, like, ambient cooling, it's, like, you can get screenshots of, like, 5.5. It's just completely useless. It's, like, it doesn't perform very well. Actually, what's the pipe prime? Oh. I sometimes wish HardwareBot had a, like, profile, like... Okay, I guess they do have some policy on profile pictures, but I wish it was more strict. Because, unfortunately for me, one of the, like, people that's done, like, the most, Ryzen X3D memory tuning and, like, actually has a lot of the top scores. Yeah, I don't think that YouTube would be thrilled about that profile picture. Oh, so that's just worse. Very interesting. It's like very specifically +3 is good and everything above that is bad. What's on their profile picture? Try OX17. Yeah, I'm thinking about that, but I want to do a, like, recheck of +3 and then try the one step down from +3. Just add the profile. Yeah, actually, that, like, now that I mentioned it, I did have the idea. Like, actually, maybe it would be even easier to just completely block the profile picture element of the website. Right? That way, like, it doesn't matter, like, because then it's not like, oh, I have to block that specific profile picture. I block all of them. And it's like... I don't... Like, if for some reason I decided to open up, like, a random score that I didn't know ahead of time was going to be a problem... I don't, you know, get a surprise. There's actually, like, what's funny is I can think, like, this isn't the first profile picture that I can think of that it's like, yeah, I don't really want that showing up on YouTube. There's actually, like, I think he's French. Like, a pretty high-profile, yeah, French overclocker, and his profile picture, also not great. No, so the guy with the 1700X 3D is from Norway, but there's one other, like, there's other people with profile pictures that are like, yeah, I don't really want to show those on YouTube. And, like, the other example I can think of is from France. But, like, I don't think he's actually posted any scores in, like, years, so it's not like a, like, for new scores, it's not really an issue. It's, like, if you're looking through, I think, like, Haswell E, I think he has a few records there. Yeah. Yep. So that one's just like... Well, it's like, they're both not great. It's interesting, it kind of looks like when the LOD is set just right, it makes it heavier. is annoying. Just last month again, he posted again. You can look for yourselves. Well, so the 7800X3D, you can literally just go to the 7800X3D rankings and click on basically any score. Like, it's not super bad, it's mostly just, like, nudity and a bit weird, but, like, yeah, not YouTube friendly. Do you see the overclocking controller was testing out for? You mean the external clock gen? Yeah, I saw that. Actually, I've known about that being a thing for ages. I've been wondering, like, how effective it is. Right, child games? I guess Minecraft you have a point, but seems most effective on RDNA. Yeah, I know. That's what I've been wondering about. Like, specifically for RDNA cards is like the thing I was mostly wondering about is, does it run into any issues like BCLK overclocking where past a certain point, like, it doesn't matter like what voltage you run, it just breaks everything, right? Because other than Minecraft, like, I've played Cyrillim, I've played Severed Steel, did I do Ultra Kill? I think I did Ultra Kill. Need for Speed Unbound, Turbo Overkill, and something broke. Now everything is scoring like trash. What? Like, now everything is low. Like, graphics is low, combined is low. What did I do? Why? Yeah, Turbo Overkill, Get to the Orange Door. I played BeamNG, Automation, Noita. You play AAA games? No, because they suck. Like, Need for Speed Unbound is technically AAA. Raising the core voltage made things worse. Baldur's Gate 3? I'm not really interested. Because, like, for me, like, basically... Yeah, like, I don't really play RPGs very much. Oh, I also played Code Vein on stream. Oh, I tried playing Elden Ring, but just kind of bounced off of that. The thing is, Armored Core is third person, and I hate third person perspective. Like, you have no idea how much I hate third person perspective. It is the worst thing about so many games for me, is like, oh, but it's in third person. Like, Returnal is like, kinda cool gameplay, why is it in third person? Oh, I played Mother Gunship a bunch on stream. Need for Speed, the actual races I play in first person. Like, if I'm actually trying to win in Need for Speed, I drive first person. Third person is something I switch into just to, like, admire my car. Any actual event, like, no, drift events, I play third person, because there's no point doing drift events in first person. I think I actually... Yeah, no, that doesn't work, because for drifting, you need to see if the car is in the drift state, so that's easier to tell from the third person than first person. But for actually getting the racing line, first person is vastly superior to third person. So if it's a race, I drive first person. If it's a drift event, I drive third person. Yeah. Because for my problem with third person is that I get super, like... Because especially for bullet hell games, where you're, like, trying to dodge stuff, it's really hard for me to, like, keep track of what I'm trying to shoot at, right? And also my own character at the same time. Like, I just don't have the mental capacity to do both. So it's like, I can either dodge or I can attack. I can't do both. I don't have the mental capacity for that. And stuff is still broken. Yeah, that's 17. Yeah, but the thing is, Elden Ring also has, like, a lock-on, doesn't it? And even there, like, the problem ends up being, like, I get distracted by the character being on screen, basically. So it's like, I love Mother Gunship, which is a bullet hell game, but it's in first person. So, like, I don't have to worry about where my character is, because wherever I feel like I physically am is where the character is, right? Like, I just have this, like, because I've played a lot of games in first person for a very long time, so I'd say I have a pretty good, like, feel for where a first person player character is in space. Whereas a third person character is like, they're not where I am, they're on the screen. This is a problem. It's like, I can dodge. I can't make this person dodge. That's like the best way for me to describe it. Because, yeah, like, I've seen, I watched Armored Core 6 gameplay, and I heard about all the, like, customization that you have for the mechs, and that sounds really cool. And then I'm like, yeah, but this is going to be a Returnal situation where I'm going to try to play it. It's third person, and I'm just going to hate every minute of it. Is this your music? Yep. All the music on stream is made by me. The oscilloscope, yeah, that's V-Core. So the thing is, that's not really the ripple of the voltage well, that's like the transient response of the regulator. Because the core, like, every time you render even a single frame, the core will go through some very big load steps very quickly. The fire strike settings. Where? Okay, it's just permanently broken now. I guess we need to restart the system for it to recover or something, because this is weird. Unless I downclocked it and forgot. Oh well, since I'm restarting, we may as well soup the CPU a bit. Please go to 8,000. Nah, it's not gonna work. That might actually be unstable enough to crash 3Dmark. Yeah, actually, well, we'll see in Windows, I guess, if it actually applied the memory settings. That's always the fun thing with Gigabyte motherboards, is they don't always decide to retrain the memory settings. Oh, I guess I could have tried turning on round-trip latency. It's 3Dmark, it won't make that much of a difference. Okay, timings did apply, so... load up the profile. If you have a non-X3D CPU, it may, and depending on the game, it can make quite a substantial difference. How's Acer's DDR5? I don't know, I've never used it. I might pick up a 5700X 3D if the price is low enough, because I never had a 5800X 3D, and I think it would be kind of interesting to try overclocking a 5700X 3D, because if the stock clocks are that low, there should be a lot more headroom than in like other CPUs with higher clocks. Why is it getting worse? What the hell? What, bro? Like, the card is getting progressively slower, and I haven't changed anything. Have you ever used Renoise for producing your music? No. I have no idea what that is. Degradation. Yeah, but it seems stable, though. Right? If it was degrading, I would expect it to, like, start artifacting and, like, more and more and more, but it's not artifacting, it's just getting slower. The 128 megabytes of, what was it, EDRAM on the 5775C shouldn't... Well, I guess technically it is a level 4 cache, but the thing is that memory was really, really slow. Like, it was fast compared to DDR3, but compared to, like, modern CPUs, like, it's bad. So, the thing about L1 and L2 caches is that you do actually need them to be really fast, and the bigger your cache gets, the slower it is. Okay, so now the physics score is where it's supposed to be, but the GPU score has just, like, tanked, and I don't know why. We're at 1.35 volts. It really shouldn't be degrading. Like, this is, what for Kepler, I would consider this relatively low voltage. Or 1.36, yeah. I'm intentionally gonna set this voltage, like, really quite high. See what happens. This is 1 point, yeah, so this is really high. Like, really, really high. For Kepler. I might throw more caps at it, but we can't, like, I'm not doing that on the stream. Also, I kind of like the idea of keeping all the caps, like, contained to the, like, the card not being just, like, not covering the entire back of it with capacitors, so that, like, the capacitors are contained within the, like, same, roughly same physical volume as the stock card, but yeah, that doesn't seem like... It's not really going to be an option if I want to add a lot more of them. Okay, so that's definitely worse for stability. And the max temperature was only 58 degrees. That is a lot of artifacting. I mean, I'm pretty happy with the score that I managed to get so far, but, like, I was hoping it would go higher. guess I'll also, if I'm gonna be modding the card again, I'm probably gonna mod the PEX rail some more. I wonder what the ASIC score is. Is that pretty? I'm pretty sure that's pretty high, isn't it? That was the hotspot? We don't have a hotspot temperature sensor. It's doing like 1411. I think the best score was a 1424. The funny thing is, like, after that score, like, I never managed to get any, like, the score's been going downhill since. Oh well, I bought another GTX 760, so maybe that one will scale to higher voltages. Because yeah, 1411 is really quite disappointing. Like, I have 770s that do like 1440, but they need like a shitload of E-core. Like, yeah, I think I was running like 770s at like 1.4, 1.45 even? And they just kind of kept scaling. And that wasn't even on a Morpheus, that was like the stock Lightning heatsink. Yeah. I'm pretty sure my 770 Lightning goes to like 1437 at 1.45 or something stupid like that. And this thing doesn't seem to scale past 1.37. Admittedly, at 1.37 it is doing 1411, but like... I would much rather be doing 1440 at 1.45 than 1411 at 1.37. It's like when you have an FX CPU that doesn't scale with voltage but clocks really good at low voltage, it's like, yeah, but I'd rather be at 5 gigahertz at 1.5 than at 4.5, like 4.8 gigahertz at 1.25. Yeah. That would be actually quite extreme doing 4.8 at 1.25. Like, that would be quite outside the norm, I think, in terms of silicon. And the score still sucks. Okay, so I guess we're just going to try 3Dmark 11 at this point. Which is going to be a complete dumpster fire, because I don't know how to run 3Dmark 11. You might be like, what do you mean you don't know how to run 3Dmark 11? I mean, I press the run button, and then it finishes, and the score is garbage. Also, it's longer, so we're going to drop the clocks a bit. No, I don't want to run custom. I want to run No, just benchmark tests, performance, right? That's the one that actually has points. 3Dmark 11 performance, yeah, that one has points. I guess we could also do Vantage, but the thing is, Vantage would actually really benefit from having just an insane CPU score from like a 7950X. Also, Vantage, in my experience, actually isn't like negatively affected by AM5 very much. Like for Firestrike, the 14900K seems to have a pretty clear-cut like FPS advantage. But for Vantage, I don't think that's the case. I've not tested it a bunch, but like I haven't noticed anything like weird with Vantage. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the core voltage and the clocks quite a bit. We're gonna basically have to retune it for 3Dmark 11, I think. We're at 1397. Man, we're gonna be running so much lower. I think it's the memory again. Yeah, the memory on this card is a bit potato. I nudged the HDMI cable, that's why it, like, dropped the display out. Well, at least we can see the frame rate in this one. Even with the LOD. And the display is dropping again. So what's funny about 3Dmark 11 is that the 7800X3D gets like the same CPU score as a 7950X, isn't it? Because the 3Dmark 11 CPU test is like super memory intensive. And so the 7800X3D absolutely destroys it. In fact, I think at stock settings, like stock CPU clocks, the 7800X3D might even beat the 14900K. Because I was going through some like test data that I have flying around, and let me just actually find it. Where'd it go? Yeah, oh, well, so first of all, this is actually the same physics score that I can get out of a 7950X, which frustrates me greatly, because as far as I know, Intel CPUs should dominate 3Dmark 11, so evidently I am very bad at this. Well, it's an okay-ish score. It's like top... Well, it's comfortably top 20. Yeah, it's like 15th. This score right here. And it's not far. I think I could probably make it into... Okay, I'm not making... There's no way I'm doing top 10, but... I can probably do a little bit better. Anyway, but where is that 1700X 3D data? The issue is, like, I started using, like, multiple sheets in, like, Google Spreadsheets, and consequently now it's I have a hell of a time finding anything. Oh boy. I could have sworn I had some spreadsheet somewhere that said like 38,000 point CPU score on the 7800X 3D. Where did it go? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, it was, so with a minus 25 curve optimizer, 37,693 points for 3Dmark 11. With 106 ECLK, 38,000 points. Oh, I think this is just like I'm using the wrong Windows for this. It's probably the issue, because if we look at the one of the top scores for the 760, this one here, you will first of all notice that this looks like a very old Windows version, because I think this is Windows 7. Also, that's a 6.2 gigahertz 13900K. I can't do that. And that's doing 41,000 points. I wonder what a 7800X 3D would do then. On Windows 7. Because on Windows 10, it's like pretty easy to do 38,000 points. Anyway, let's try going faster. I want to try max the memory first again, because that's been the big problematic part of this card. And also, if I'm not mistaken, 3Dmark 11 has like some weird bug where you have to like reopen it every time in order to get the scores to save properly. Do you know of any way to get AS Media data sheets? No, because I've never tried to look for them. Is AM5 worth it? Depends on what you're doing. Wait a minute. This is a crappy album coming up after this one, isn't it? Oh yeah, it is. I need to make more music. Gigabyte GCC quirks? What is GCC? You mean you mean Gigabyte Control Center. Avoid it like the plague. Do not use the motherboard software. It is bad. Okay, so that passed. What's interesting is the memory on this card seems to have a really clear, hard, like, breaking point for the most part. Why do you need it for your 4090? Oh, I'm guessing for the RGB. Just unplug the RGB header. Oh. Yeah, I just, like, I don't use the motherboard like, I don't use basically any of the, like, software for anything, unless it's, like, well, for one thing, like, the funny thing is, like, I do like, colors, right? But I don't really care for RGB, so I just kind of ignore it. And because I kind of ignore it, I don't use any of the motherboard software. Because I don't need it for anything. Like, I think my favorite RGB implementations would be like, X29, like the Z270 to like X299 era, like X39, yeah, Z270, no, Z270 wasn't quite that heavy yet, so it would be like X370, X470, X299, Z370 gigabyte boards. Those look sick. Also the Z390 Master with the, like, the RGB into the heatsink pin stack, that's pretty cool. But, like, when Gigabyte had motherboards that could light up your entire room, that's when I cared about RGB. And since then, the RGB has gotten really, like, checkbox on a feature list in its implementation. And, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Right? Where it's like, you have a motherboard and there's, like, some colorful LEDs somewhere. Whereas the old Gigabyte boards, like, your memory slots were RGB, your PCIe slots were RGB, your VRM heatsink was RGB, everything was RGB, and it's like, yes, if you're gonna do RGB, you need to overdo it. Don't give me 3 freaking LEDs in under a freaking logo diffuser and go like, yep, that ticks off the RGB requirements. Because that's lame. That's really lame. If it doesn't, like, if you've seen the cars that I have in, like, Need for Speed Unbound, it's like, I want my motherboard to do that. But no, modern motherboards are black or gray, or white. Yeah, that's like black, very dark gray, and white. And then there might be some LEDs somewhere. And like, yep, and because it's like so, and then on like memory sticks, you just have like a light bar at the top of the memory stick, and it's just like, okay. To be fair, there's not really much you can do with the memory sticks, but that's the thing is, like, I think it was cooler when the DIMM slots lit up, because then if you had, like, some interesting heatsink geometry on the actual memory sticks, you could get some really cool, like, patterns from that, potentially. Not that anybody really tried to do anything with that, because all the memory stick heatsinks are just basically plates, and then there's a strip of LEDs on top. It's like, whoa, so much creativity. You have made a rectangle with a light bar on top. I miss the days of memory kits that looked like so actually, so funnily enough, like, my favorite heatsinks would probably be the Ripjaws X. Even though those aren't really anything that ridiculous, like these. I just really like these. But when it comes to, like, ridiculous memory heatsinks, this. Now imagine if you had RGB shining into that. That would be so cool. But no. No, we get rectangle with LED strip on top. Because that's like I really... Because, like, that's, like with RGB, I think it's coolest when you have, like, cool gradients or something going on. And to be fair, actually, this is one thing I'm not a fan of with the, like, Master X compared to the, I think it was the Z790 Master. The Z790 Master has, like, a really cool effect with the RGB on the I/O cover. It has, like, this spark, like, shimmering effect going on, and I think that looks really cool. So of course they ditched it. it's not on any of the refresh boards. Oh wait, oh no, I didn't restart it. Yeah, there was also the gold OCZ memory sticks. Actually, Corsair had some pretty cool Dominators. These were cool. Don't make those anymore. I'm trying to think, what else was there? Oh, also the original G-Skill Tridents. These. I love this heatsink design. I don't know why, because it is actually quite basic, but like, it just looks cool. Yeah, it's the Trident Z Royals that have the, like, crystal look going on. Trying to think, the thing is, like, memory heatsinks are really, like, there's not much you can do with them. Like, these look kinda cool, but they're just, like, rectangle with some fins on top. Oh, I think it's these that have, like, a really wacky construction. Yeah, it's these. So what these have, these are actually, like, 4 heatsink plates. Because each side of the memory stick has 2 plates. You have the outer plate with the, like, Corsair Dominator written on it, and then there's an inner plate. Yeah, you can just about, I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but there's, like, you can see the silver fins in there. Yeah, there's, like, an inner plate that's actually, like, so the outer plate goes onto the memory, like, connects to the memory chips. The inner plate connects to the PCB. That was, like, the original idea behind the Dominator line was, like, oh, we're gonna sink heat out of the memory chips through the BGA and through the PCB. So you had heatsinks that attached directly to the PC. So you had, like, 4 heatsinks where it's like you have a heatsink on the memory chip, heatsink for the PCB, then there's the PCB, then the heatsink for the PCB on the other side, and then the heatsink for the memory chips on the other side. Now, technically, modern Dominators still do that, but the way they do that is that they just put a thermal pad from the PCB to the main heatsink. And then, of course, you have, like, DDR5 Dominators where this is plastic, so that actually doesn't provide any cooling benefit whatsoever. Yeah. Hey, whoa! That's a lot higher than I thought it would be. It goes all the way to 1411 because Kepler. Oh boy. I don't think this is gonna make it. Yeah, no. Nah, that's core. That's core stability. There's a 3Dmark 03 or 3Dmark 01 setting, but for 3Dmark 11, I'm not aware of anything. I think for 3Dmark 11, it's just like use Windows 7 and, I guess clock your CPU higher. Because to be fair, the like high score that like for the 13900K is at 6.2 gigahertz, right? Which right, like this GTX 760. Also, this is a Hall of Fame GTX 760, which is so cool. Whoa, it pulled 360. But yeah, so this is a GTX 760 and actually similar memory clock to me, but yeah, way higher core clock. But this is getting what, 42,000 points at 6.2, and I'm at 5.8, and so we're just gonna quickly pull up the calculator. Hello? Oh. Calculator. 'Cause I think 6.2 divided by 5.8. Yeah, so I'm a bit behind on efficiency, but not that much. Assuming that it scales linearly with core clock, which it doesn't. Also, the memory settings on this score are actually just like, it's 70, 100 CL32, which I actually could run, probably. But, yeah, anyway, things seem to have crashed very hard. Yup, super crashed. I guess we may as well try juice the memory then. There's currently a, like, kind of ridiculously expensive 3080 Ti Hall of Fame on UK eBay. It's 500 quid. Which is like, I want one, but I'm not sure I want to pay that much for one. Theoretically, this should just work. I don't think it went through memory training. This can either be really good or really bad. Yeah, I didn't skipped memory training. Dumb gigabyte motherboard things. So, the only thing NVIDIA locks down is the voltage and the power limit. Which is way less of a problem than what AMD does. AMD locks voltage control, somewhat less than NVIDIA, but AMD locks down core clocks, like, hard. And getting around the core clock locks is basically impossible, which is why, like, Elmore has the, like, external clock gen. Like, a 3060 has the same max core clock as a 3090. Even a 3050 has the same max core clock as a 3090. And AMD is like, oh, you bought a 7600? Oh, you're not allowed to go above 3 gigahertz then. Also, the card runs at like 2800 megahertz stock, so like, oh, you want to overclock for performance gains? That ain't happening. Hyperthreading have effects on RAM stability? No, but turning off hyperthreading does make your core clock, like core overclock, more stable, because the cores can't do as much work. I guess technically it would put less strain on the memory controller, maybe. I really wonder if there's anything I can do about the memory clock on this card. Well, 4090s are super thermally limited, though in my experience, 1080 Ti's on ambient really don't scale either, so... I think the core voltage might be too high again. Now we're down to 1.32 now. Oh, that might be too low now, though. Oh, the nice thing with liquid nitrogen is that, like, technically you still have that point of the core voltage being too high. It's just way, way far off in the distance. Whereas on air cooling, depending on the card, it can be, like, instant that the core voltage is too high. Like, take any modern Maxwell, any Maxwell GPU. I was so excited about, like, volt modding my GTX 960. And then I did. Well, the memory volt mod was worth it, but like I was really excited about modding the core voltage, and then of course it did what Maxwell cards do, which is it didn't scale at all. At stock voltage, it clocked exactly the same as it did with like, I think 10% more V-core, or even actually less than 10%. Like, there was no amount that I could raise the core voltage by that would improve core clocks. Just like, yep, this maxes out on stock voltage, and any more voltage just doesn't do anything. Yay! How do teeny layers of copper carry so many amps of power? Well, see, so when you have like a cable, right, for like a household appliance or something, normally you wouldn't find it acceptable if the cable got noticeably hot from like the power running through it. With PCBs, that's not really a concern, right? Like, oh, the power plane is at 100 degrees. That's fine. Ish. Well, mainly, there's a fan usually blowing at the PCB, so that cools the PCB down. If you had, like, water-cooled power cables, they could carry a lot more power than they normally do. Did my physics score go down? I don't know, I think that's slightly higher. Well, I think we're done here, because I'm not about to install Windows 7 for this. Actually, don't electric car chargers do that? Like, the power cables for those are water-cooled. Because they deliver, what is it, like, hundreds of amps? Yeah, 300 amps, and I think those are water-cooled. Right, and those carry that current over significantly more distance than a PCB does. That's most of it, is basically it's not that far, and there's a lot of cooling involved. I think I'm just gonna try rerun it. Maybe it's just RNG. Like, at the end of the day, the only thing that limits how much power you can put through a cable is the point when the cable melts or destroys things near it. Right? Like, that's the thing, is there isn't anything like... So, like, what you could do, you could take a very thin piece of wire and, like, stick it in liquid nitrogen and then just push stupid current through it. Because the resistance, one, would be very low because it's very cold, and two, you know, what's it gonna do? Melt the liquid nitrogen? How do current sensing shunts, because they're rated for 3 watts? Okay, so if you have a, say you have a 5 milliohm shunt resistor, right? We're gonna bring back the calculator. Oh, how convenient, it's already up. Okay, so, let's say you have a 5 milliohm shunt resistor, that's 0.005 ohms, right? And let's say you put 10 amps through it. That means you're going to have a voltage drop of you're going to have a voltage drop of 50 millivolts across it. right? I'm doing that correctly. Yeah, it's going to be 50 millivolts. So if you do 10 amps times 0.05 volts, half a watt. That's how. The shunt resistor's like power rating is basically how much heat the resistor itself can dissipate before it like desolders itself from the board. Yeah, I think that's actually probably the practical limit for it, because or the material of the shunt resistor might start degrading, but I'm pretty sure it's actually when the shunt resistor desolders itself, because like you can solder shunt resistors, and I'm not aware of them being like particularly like I'm not aware of it being like a massive problem if you heat up a shunt resistor to 300 degrees for a long period of time. I've not done much research on that, so I could be completely wrong, but I don't think that breaks a shunt resistor, unlike it would, say, break some transistors. Right? So that's kind of the, that's the thing. So, also there's a easier equation you can use for this, which is I squared R, so you just square the current and then multiply it by the resistance, right? So let's say you were doing 20 amps, so that's 20 times 20 times 0.005, right, our 5 milliohm shunt resistor, that's 2 watts. So putting, 20 amps through a 5 milliohm shunt resistor is going to produce 2 watts of heat. As long as that 2 watts of heat doesn't make the shunt resistor so hot that it desolders itself from the board, it's not a problem. Right? That's what's going on. Oh, I've seen shunt resistors act as unintentional fuses when MOSFETs fail. Like, you'd have a MOSFET fail, and the MOSFET would pull so much current that it would blow a shunt resistor before the MOSFET itself would, before anything else managed to kick in, it would just destroy a shunt resistor. Usually in that scenario, it also kills whatever's on the output of the MOSFET, because that is usually that means the voltage has skyrocketed on the output. But yeah, that is actually a thing. Is shunt resistors unintentionally becoming fuses for failing power delivery systems. I've also seen inductors end up getting turned into makeshift fuses. Yeah, that's kind of the funny thing is, imagine, so, when a MOSFET fails, right, it, shorts out internally, if you didn't have, a short circuit protection or a fuse, or, if nothing upstream, breaks before the MOSFET does, that MOSFET will just keep pulling power until it just, gets vaporized. Right? Literally. Right? That's the thing is, so when you have, a power delivery component fail, or a MOSFET fail, specifically a MOSFET, because those have to normally they turn off a lot of the time, right? They turn on and they turn off, and the fact that they turn on very, very briefly is the whole reason that they don't spontaneously destroy everything. But if the MOSFET for whatever reason doesn't turn off, then basically if your power supply, theoretically if your power supply didn't have overcurrent protection or short circuit protection, I'm not sure which one of them actually applies in this scenario, but if let's say your power supply just didn't have any protections, well, whatever is the thermally weakest link from, between the MOSFET and the power supply, that's getting destroyed. If there is no weakest link, then it'll, probably, if the MOSFET is, the weakest link, the MOSFET's getting vaporized. If there's, a shunt resistor before the MOSFET that's weaker than the MOSFET, the shunt resistor's getting vaporized. If the power plane going to the MOSFET is weaker than the MOSFET and the shunt resistor, then the power plane is getting vaporized. If there's like an input filtering inductor that's weaker than everything else, that's getting vaporized. Like whatever part gets hottest fastest, assume like it will just get destroyed basically. And I guess there's one scenario where the shorted out MOSFET doesn't pull enough current to break anything else, and then... Actually, no, in that scenario, it'll still get really hot, and eventually something is going to get vaporized. Or, like, melt. Though, if you have something that's still conductive when it's melted, it'll keep going until it's physically not there. Right? Like, if your power supply... If you had an unlimited source of power... The power will keep flowing until the connection breaks. And the only way the connection is breaking is either something falls off or something gets vaporized. That's the only two ways. Which might actually, like, this is one thing I've wondered about, is like, if heat sinks on MOSFETs aren't actually potentially causing more damage by holding, like, if you have a dead MOSFET and it's, like, forced to stay attached to the board because there's, like, a thermal pad holding it down, right? Because, like, you'll regularly get MOSFETs that get so hot that they, like, weld themselves to the board. And you'll find, like, very clearly melted solder around them as, like, a sign of them failing. And it's like, if this MOSFET didn't have a thermal pad and a heatsink on it, would it have just, like, desoldered itself and fallen off? Maybe. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna save this score and call it a day. Now, question, should I go and mod this card more? Because, like, it's very easy to spend an ungodly amount of time modifying something like this card without really making, you know, much difference to it. Because I do have other things that I could work on. Though I don't really count this as work. I wanted to test this GTX 760 anyway. I was just like, oh, I'm gonna live stream it. And then I can tell myself I'm being productive. Liquid metal it. No! Liquid metal makes a mess and is a pain and I don't like it. You like overclocking it? Yes. I can't help myself. I have this just innate need to see number go up. It's like, why did I decide to mod this GTX 760 and do this stream? Well, that's very simple. When I was measuring the power bridge, I couldn't help but notice that this thing was doing like 1290 megahertz core on stock voltage. And then I went to Hardware Bot and checked, hey, is there any, like, points available for this 760? And it was like, yeah, there's Firestrike and 3Dmark 11 and Vantage. And I was like, yeah, those are benchmarks I kind of like. I wonder if this thing will run like 1450. The answer is no. Thoughts on the 14900K? There's some benchmarks it's really good at. Water cooling. No, that's like equally annoying as liquid metal. Man, I wish I had liquid nitrogen. Why do I make my life so difficult? Nah, not dry ice. Liquid nitrogen all the way. Though, the thing is, I think liquid nitrogen on a 760, I'd probably have to run it off of VGA. So I don't think I'd even be able to stream that. I mean, unless you want to watch a, you know, monitor through a webcam. It's cold out, try running it in the garden. I don't have a great argument against that, but like, it's a pain. Like, I'm interested, but not that interested. Especially because running it outside is just like that's just miserable. I did that for a memory, for a memory overclock once, and it's like, yep, I don't want to deal with that again. And by interesting, I mean absolute. Yeah, no, I remember trying to run a 780 Ti on liquid nitrogen, and it was hell. Like, I couldn't figure out how to make it work. Like it just didn't, like, it just wouldn't, like, run. If I remember correctly, it was like it needed a whole bunch of PEX voltage. And also, it was like, oh, you have to use an analog display out because the digital display out would just die. Oh no, I don't think the digital display out was dying. It was like, for whatever reason, it would clock better on analog than it did on digital. Which is just... Why? What the hell? Yeah, PEX and analog out. Yeah. Oh, you need to lock it to max power state? No, isn't therms... You have to use ThermSpy for that, right? Nah, the circuitry that handles the digital display probably just, like, breaks at low temperatures. That's actually not that uncommon. Or K-boost. Alright. So I saved everything. Yeah, I saved everything. I'm just gonna check that the, like, 3Dmark 11, if I remember correctly, is, like, weird about validations. So I'm just gonna check that this actually worked. Honestly, if I had liquid nitrogen, I'd probably do the GTX 960 rather than this thing first. Or run GPU-Z in the background. Oh, hell no. That's a terrible idea. Wait, there's a driver requirement for Maxwell? Why are NVIDIA GPUs so cursed? Seriously, all these people telling me, like, oh, NVIDIA cards, they're great. Like, they don't... Weird issues. And it's just like, I've never had more problems with a multi-GPU setup than when I tried to do quad SLI. And I've run quad Crossfire multiple times. Never has it been that difficult. Like, I could not get it to score properly. Whereas with quad Crossfire, like, it just kind of works in my experience. At least for benchmarks. It doesn't work for games. But then, I'm not aware of quad SLI working significantly better for anything, so... anyway, let me just upload the 3Dmark 11 to see if it actually worked. Why are you doing that? The hell are you capturing? where the hell did the score go? Oh, there it is. Well, that's fire. Oh, there's the 3Dmark 11. Oh, there's an update for sysinfo. You gotta be kidding me. No. Why does software need updates? I don't think I'm gonna run GPU Pi. Like, I know it's like, I guess kinda lame that I do only run like only a couple benchmarks, but like, and I'm not even that good at them. But like, that's what I enjoy, right? I like Firestrike, I like 3Dmark, well, I don't like 3Dmark 11. I like Firestrike, Vantage, Time Spy's fine. I'm cool with Time Spy. Unigine Heaven. And that's it, basically. I'm forgetting something. Vantage. Wait, I mentioned Vantage. Firestrike, Vantage, Time Spy, Unigine Heaven. Yeah, I don't really run anything else, do I? What even are the other GPU benchmarks? Oh yeah, there's like Cloudgate, there's like Firestrike, Firestrike Extreme, Firestrike Ultra, I like any flavor of Firestrike. Oh yeah, there's Port Royal. Oh, there's Unigine Superposition, which I have run, but I don't like it very much because it's, like, weird. But at least it's not, like, super CPU dependent. So, yeah. Wait, so do I actually need to do anything about system info? Because being outdated doesn't automatically mean it's, like, invalid for the rules. Sysinfo 5.5, 555, whereas what I posted, where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, there it went. The hell did I post with? I posted with sysinfo 568. Okay, so that's cool. And Firestrike, I can't imagine actually having any issue, right? Yeah. Man, my physics score on that Firestrike run is so bad. Because the good run was, where's the good one? Oh, right, I have a screenshot of it. We're just gonna pull up the screenshot. There's a point, I guess I can put the oscilloscope away. Yeah, it's super weird, because, like, I got better, like, I got physics to be better, and then, like, the only issue is... So, here's 11. That physics score is, like, really, really low. Yeah. Like a 14900K, even with the E-cores disabled, can easily do like 43,000 points or higher. Even 44,000 points shouldn't be that hard. I think that's what I actually ran for my GTX 960, is like 44,000-ish points. And yeah, the thing is, like, after this score, every run after that, the GPU score just kept getting, like, dropped by like 100 points, and I could never recover it. You know, I wonder if it just bugged out. Because I do have a GTX 770 that, like, for one of the tests, like, it just, like, broke partway through, and then it spat out a not insanely high score, but, like, a higher score than normal. Eh. You can do 50k-ish physics on water? How? You'd have to be going, like, well over 6 gigahertz for that. I do kind of want to try cap mod this card more, but at the same time, like, I do have other things to work on, and there's another 760 showing up. Oh, and it just occurred to me that the place where the core voltage mod is, like, really not great for storage. Like, the way I decided to mount it to the card is, like, it's gonna break. Oh, hell. And I can't think of a good workaround for that. What are the new 7600 XT cards going to be like for overclocking? Well, if AMD removes the stupid clock restrictions, that would be really cool. But somehow I don't think they're going to do that, because AMD recently has been not very supportive of GPU overclocking, let's say. Well, anyway, I had fun, though I'm a bit disappointed that the core just, like, brick-walled so early. Seriously, that's so frustrating. I was like, it does 1290 on stock voltage. I was like, oh my god, this thing is gonna go, like, clock like like no Kepler card I've ever run before. And actually, it's not, like, it's not even the best. Yeah, it's not even close to being the best. Still got, like, I got some decently solid scores. Anyway, I will probably... Also, this stream, to be fair, was kind of a test run for... maybe doing... this on YouTube instead of on Twitch. I don't know, maybe. The thing is, like, I have these two kits now, and it's like, what do I run them on? Like, on AMD, it'll be nice and simple. I don't feel like I need to stream that, necessarily. I don't know, because, like, I want it to be, like, content that's, like, useful to people, instead of just, like, oh, like... right? Because, like, I straight up don't know how the dual rank will behave on literally anything, because I've never used dual rank. Like, I don't have dual rank sticks of DDR5. So, yeah, I'm really not sure what to expect from the like this kit, right? So that one from like, oh, I don't know what's gonna happen is the most interesting. But on the flip side, the whole I don't know what's gonna happen means it could be a complete, you know, shit show with zero valuable information to be gained. So yeah, where's the 2x24 kit like that? Not really sure what. The thing is, like, my thought process was like, oh, it'll be like, because it's 6,000, you can do like a basic overclock on an Intel motherboard and it'll still look pretty good, because like you're going from like 6,000 to like 7,600, but like, yeah, but that requires running stress tests on an Intel CPU. And I don't want to do that. And on AMD, it's like, oh, it's 6,000, so it'll overclock to like 6,200 with the CPUs that I have? Unless I run it in 2-to-1 mode, which admittedly, somebody like posted some really excellent memory performance research to r/overclocking recently. And 2-to-1 mode, actually, if you sync the Infinity Fabric with 2-to-1 mode, it's actually quite good. And then it would be like, oh, like the 6,000 will probably do 7,800 or 7,600. On the Intel side of things, I was honestly thinking, like I don't know what to expect. The issue I have is, like, if I try to do, like, an Intel video, where I don't worry about, like, oh, stress testing it, then you run into this, like, really stupid problem of, like, I bet you this memory kit on this motherboard with this CPU it'll boot 8200. I bet you it'll do that. I won't actually bet anything, but like, except like my confidence, I guess. Because, yeah, I don't actually like playing games with chance with real stakes. But I would be very surprised if this didn't do 8200 on this motherboard for, like, IDA. The moment I would try to run, like, any stress test, I would fully expect it to not work until 7600. And that right there is, like, you know, so it's like, yeah, so if I make a video with an Intel CPU and I don't bother stress testing it, then the memory controller looks like the greatest thing ever made, because it'll boot basically anything. As long as you don't, you know, look at it wrong, it'll kind of run. And then there's the reality of, like, yeah, but if you actually care about stability, it doesn't work until you downclock it by, like, 800 mega transfers per second, potentially. Which is just, like... So I feel like if I make a video with an Intel CPU where I don't bother running stress tests, I'm spreading disinformation, basically. Because whatever I show without running a stress test is completely unrealistic for day-to-day use. It's never gonna work. But if I do try to run stress tests, I'm gonna lose my mind. The worst part of 2023 was trying to stabilize the Intel memory controller. Why GTX 760? Because I was measuring one recently, and so I decided to run a GTX. Like, did you not see the most recent video on the YouTube channel? So yeah, like I really like on AMD it's fine. Like AMD there's the like I have a lot like with AMD it's like if I punch in a combination of settings, I have a pretty good idea if it's gonna work or not. With Intel, I can punch in settings and it's like going to a freaking casino. I don't know what's gonna happen, and I don't like it. That is the opposite of why I like. Yeah, like that's the opposite of what I like in overclocking. Is like I like having like an observation and then being able to like base some decision-making process on that, and then seeing results that line up with expectations. And then there's Intel memory overclocking, where it's like, yeah, so this'll work, right? And then 16 hours later, there's an error. But why? Nobody knows. Minimum memory frequency, DDR4 full impact to be a viable CPU stress test. What was CPU? AMD not acting the same is because 8200, 8400, and 86 ratios are broken? You can BCLK overclock above 8000. And my experience with BCLK overclocking AMD above 8000 is that, like, it's just broken at that point. Like, it just doesn't work on any of the CPUs I have. But with Intel, it's like 8600 is, like, straight up, I've never even booted that, so I don't know what... Actually, no, I think the Dark did that once. But yeah, like, the problem, like, if it was, like, 8000 plus where the Intel memory controller is truly cursed, it's like, yeah, I maybe wouldn't have too much of a problem with that. But it breaks at, like, 7200. Like, any form of predictable behavior just starts going away as soon as you go over 7000. Like, I had 7600 CL30 working perfectly fine on the 17900X. I tried to transfer those settings over to an Intel CPU. They didn't work at all. And the worst part is that they did run Y-Cruncher. They just couldn't run other memory stress tests. So it's like... I'm not fixing that. Because the other, like, the thing is, like, it wasn't like, oh, Y-Cruncher was stable and this other test took, like, forever to error out. No, no, no. This other test was completely broken. It looked like this other test was so unstable, it looked like the timings were off by, like, a huge amount. And it's just like, but Y-Cruncher ran. So it's like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that anymore. That's stupid. That wasn't even at 7600, that was at 7200. Which was the real kicker. It was like, yep, I'm not dealing with that anymore. Also, the thing with Intel CPUs is they don't even scale with memory speed that much. Because, like, the memory control, well, not the memory controller, but, like, the entire memory system is just significantly more efficient than AMD's. So you don't actually need that high clocks to get, like, or more like, the difference between, like, DDR5 8000 and DDR5 6200, like, oh, well, okay, 6200 is really low, but, like, 7200 on Intel is a lot smaller than it is on AMD. In fact, 7200 on AMD is just bad as far as I'm concerned. You should actually just run like 6000 or 6200 at that point. So yeah, it's like, so I have these memory kits now, and it's like, so from the Intel content production side of things, it's like, what do I do? For AMD, it's fine. Like, for AMD, I can just treat this like any other memory kit, because AMD CPUs aren't cursed with instability. But, like, I really don't feel like releasing a video with an Intel CPU where I run the memory at, like, 6800. Because realistically, that's where, like, things are still sane. And then once you go out, like, significantly past that point, it's just... It just gets so weird. Yeah, but here's my issue with showing 96 gigs at 7800. If that 7800 is completely unstable, because my audience has gotten a lot, if that video gets like mainstream attention, that in my opinion is a problem, because I've just shown people a combination of things that will give them blue screens. Right? Like, I'm not, like, I know motherboard manufacturers love putting things in their QVL that doesn't work, but I am not a motherboard manufacturer. I don't have to sell motherboards. So, the X and the non-X are actually quite different in terms of memory overclocking behavior, in my experience. Also, the stream is basically over at this point. We're just talking about some new memory kits that I got, and the fact that, like, I don't want to run them on Intel. Because it's like, it's way too easy to just run settings that don't work. And they look like they work for, like, hours at a time, and then they don't work suddenly. And it's just like, well, this isn't helpful, right? Like, what's the point of making a video that shows people a bunch of settings that don't work? I guess one way would be to just start the video with, like, yeah, everything in this video is for entertainment only and is non-functional. Do not expect it to work, ever. If you try these settings and they're not stable, you should just give up on them. Put that as a disclaimer at the start of it, and then, yeah, actually, maybe that's one way to do it. Just put a great big disclaimer at the start of the video about how everything that's going to be tested is not concerned with whether or not it's actually functional for regular use. Because I refuse to stress test Intel CPUs at this point. It takes way too much time, and it doesn't make any sense. As in, like, I don't know what to do about it when it crashes. So, like, you know. With, like, Ryzen CPUs, you can sort of work your way, like, you can, if you have something that's not stable, it's like, oh, like, Karhu is crashing. Probably a timing issue. Y-Cruncher is crashing. Probably a voltage or, like, termination or frequency issue. Whereas with Intel, it's like, yeah, so Karhu's crashing, but Y-Cruncher runs, so I fixed Karhu, and now Y-Cruncher doesn't run. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Whereas on AMD, as you fix one stress test, it, like, slowly, you know, you slowly go back to stability. And also on AMD, like, the 6200 CL, what was it, 26 video that I did with the ProArt board, I was trying to run the TRCD at like 35 for like a really long time, and it kept throwing errors like hours into stress tests. But the thing is, it was throwing errors everywhere. And so at some point I was like, okay, this is not a voltage or like a frequency, like this is not like a voltage issue. This is probably a timing issue because it just happens everywhere. And it's just kind of random, so it's probably something being just barely too tight. But Intel behaves like that. Freaking XMP timings. You can literally set an Intel CPU to auto timings and it behaves like that. So there's no like, oh, I'm just going to back it off into stability. Like, I can do sanity checks on AMD when I'm pushing the timings down, where it's like, yeah, I first do a pre-test at like loose settings at high frequency and everything's fine. Then like I can pre-test with loose settings, really high voltage to check that the voltage isn't directly causing any issues, and then I can just tighten the timings. And it works. And you try to do that on an Intel CPU, and it's not gonna work, because Intel CPUs are cursed. Nah, the DDR4 is a lot... Well, so the thing with DDR4 on Intel is you use Gear 1, and Gear 1 is a lot more functional. Like, Gear 1 doesn't do that, in my experience. It's just Gear 2, because even 11th Gen does this in Gear 2. You run 11th Gen in Gear 2, and you push the memory frequency high enough, it eventually devolves into a complete slot machine as to how stable the CPU is or isn't. Master and Master X variant? Mainly they've back-drilled one of the memory channels. I think it's one of the memory channels. So it clocks memory a bit higher. So yeah, it's just like technically I really should be making more content with this 14900K, but it's like as far as I'm concerned, this CPU is a toy. Because I would never, ever... Well, no, if I ran it at, like, DDR5 6000, I would probably trust it to not randomly crash, but, like... once we get near 7000, it's like, And then once you go past that, it's just like, yeah, okay, I don't trust it anymore. This is 14900K content. Yes, you've noticed that. Yeah, so I'm not sure what to do with these. The memory kits. Ugh. Cause like, yeah, and the 96 gig kit is like, yeah, this actually I think would be really interesting to like see what it would do stable on an Intel CPU, but at this point, like, I don't... Like, with AMD, it's like, if it, like, with AMD, you find out so quickly if something isn't gonna work. Like, it's, like, you immediately can tell, like, okay, this probably isn't worth the effort. Whereas with Intel, things work for, like, not good amounts of time. Where, like, AMD, if you, if the board isn't capable of something, you can go up to a high speed and it just, everything just falls apart. Like, nothing works. Everything is broken, and that's the way I like it, because that's predictable. Like, you can just tell, okay, I am doing something wrong here, and what I'm doing wrong is I'm trying to push the speed too high. Whereas with Intel CPUs, it's just... It ran for 16 hours, and then it errored out. Like, it took 16 hours to find out that those settings don't work. Like, that's the worst part of it, is like, so, because it's like, oh, if I'm going to iterate on the settings to try fix something, it's like, yeah, I'm going to spend a month on one motherboard and memory combo. Instead of, like, 3 days or a week. If I'm being really stubborn. Carhu RAM test? Yes. Yes, I do. But the thing is, like, I found that, like, what memory stress test you use is... It's not completely irrelevant. There are some differences between them, but, like, with Intel CPUs, I've just found it's just, like, random, what crashes. Like, it's like, I'm pretty sure at this point that it's mostly just a function of runtime, and less a function of what you're running. Because whichever test... Actually, it's not even whichever test you run longest. It's because for me, it basically devolved to whatever test I run last is whichever test crashes. Because obviously the test I run last is the test that, like, oh, it errored out, so that's when I go change the settings. So naturally, whatever I decided to run last was always going to error out. And then it's just like, okay, so this is pointless. Because if I run Y-Cruncher first, then Karhu errors out. If I run Karhu first, then Y-Cruncher errors out. If I run, or if I run HCI first, then one of the other two errors out. So, like, I was running, like, three different stress tests on Intel CPUs, and whichever I ran last was the one that errored out. And the real, and then the really funny part came when, like, the stress test would error out, and then you started another instance of it, and it didn't error out. So did that error actually happen? Well, yes it did, because, like, then on another reboot with the same settings, the stability went completely to hell. So it's just like, yeah, I am not dealing with that anymore. That is stupid. That is just complete waste of time. It doesn't go anywhere. So I think if I'm going to make videos with Intel memory overclocking in them, it's going to be with a great big red disclaimer right at the start about how none of the settings being attempted are to be replicated if you care about stability, because I refuse to run stress tests on Intel CPUs. Because it's a waste of time and electricity. Also, what I get a kind of a kick out of is, like, somebody recently was like, hey, BuildZoid, the Intel memory controller, like, with the new BIOS updates, it's, like, less unstable. And I'm like, oh, really? Then why are you asking me for help if it's so stable? Like, apparently they fixed it, so why do you need me? Because they didn't fix it, did they? And you're just telling yourself that. Because accepting the fact that your $600 CPU is an unstable pile, like, is just too much for some people. That actually reminds me. I think recently somebody, oops, I just closed my result, but, oh yeah, so I saw recently I saw my first report of somebody having an Apex Encore and having memory stability issues, and I think they bought an 8200 XMP memory kit, because that's what you get for trusting the QVL. And that's the worst part, in my opinion, is, like, if the QVL, like, the whole point of the QVL, in my opinion, is that it's supposed to work, like, without you having to bend over backwards. Because if we go and say, okay, if you bend over backwards, then, like, a whole bunch of things that aren't on the QVL are going to work at that point, right? So the QVL becomes functionally useless if things on the QVL don't work 100% of the time. How, like... But unfortunately, I think if Intel QVLs, and to be fair, the AMD QVLs recently have gotten really sketch as well. Like, motherboard vendors just can't help themselves. So, yeah, because I have one of these, right? If we go on the QVL, to be fair, Gigabyte is also... Well, Gigabyte's AMD QVL is less ridiculous than their Intel QVL. Gigabyte's Intel QVL is just... I actually don't know what they're doing. Actually, I do know. They binned, like, however many CPUs it took to make that QVL work. But yeah, this ain't happening. No way. Because in my experience, this board barely functions at 7600. And I have a CPU that does do 8000 on admittedly only one motherboard, but it does do 7600 on, like, other boards quite consistently. And on this board, that CPU, this is like, you're lucky to get into Windows at this point. 7600 is a horrible mess, and 7800 is completely out of the question. So I don't know what this QVL is doing. But Gigabyte is doing kind of the same thing at this point with their QVLs. Yeah, because that's the thing. As soon as the CPU manufacturer like does something to allow the CPU to like kind of function at high speeds, the motherboard vendors just go like, oh, so we can just pump the QVL to like things that don't work because big number more better. At this point, I trust G-Skill's QVL more than the board vendor. Well, yeah, that would be my go-to QVL. Like, you want things that actually work? Check with G-Skill. Now, apparently the new boards do have like a new topology or something, but even then, I have serious doubts that this actually works consistently across all CPUs. Serious doubts. Yeah, but then you get to Gigabyte's Intel QVL, and things get really ridiculous. Actually, just for fun, because I don't know what's going to happen, but let's try, because I've just been using these settings to run like 3Dmark 11, right? Let's just see what happens if I even, like, I'm going to make it bigger so that I can actually, like, people can see what's going on. So this is a 7800 rated G-Skill kit, right? And it's right now it's at like CL32, so we're kind of running some pretty ridiculous settings, but how stable do you think this is? Because honestly, I have no idea. Like, that's the thing that I really hate about this, is like, I want to say it's going to error out in a couple seconds, but... Oh, there it goes. But we can run benchmarks. We can run many benchmarks. Like, it is, I'm surprised we haven't gotten a blue screen yet, to be completely honest. And yet, like, it just kind of keeps going. So, yeah, I am not... So I think, yeah, I'll do videos where it's just like, I'll just put a disclaimer that I'm not going to bother stress testing any of the settings. At which point, like, what am I even going to run? Because I don't want to run IDA, because, like, IDA's really bad. I guess I could just try Y-Cruncher Pi, which is, like, still not a stress test, but, like, it's something, and I don't feel like I'm running settings that don't mean anything. Cinebench. No, it needs to actually scale with memory performance, otherwise it's pointless. Would it be possible to replace the 6-pin on an RX 5700 with an 8-pin? Yes, but why would you do that? It's not going to achieve anything. Like, if you care about the, like, power handling capacity of the connector, you could literally just bridge the ground pins of the 6-pin together and, like, end up with the same result. Because, like, an 8-pin is 3 ground, 3 12 volts. A 6-pin is 3 ground, 3 12 volts. And at this point, you might be like, wait, so what's the... Actually, no. So a 6-pin is 2 ground... Well, the power supply... This is the thing. So the power supply end of the cable, right, is 3 ground, 3 12 volts. The GPU end is 3 12 volts, 2 ground, 1 sense, or 3 12 volts, 3 ground, 2 cents. You could literally just bridge the ground pins into the sense pin, and you get functionally the same current handling capacity as an 8-pin. It's practically an aesthetic change. Yeah, if you're doing it for aesthetic purposes, then sure. I can... Actually, I don't understand, but that at least kind of... Like, if you like the aesthetic of your GPU having more power bigger power cables, then okay, fine. That makes some sense in some universe. No, give your 5700 XT the 12-volt high-power connector. Actually, that would be really difficult. Also, I've seen some pretty wild screenshots of dual rank on AM5 doing like 7800 recently, or 7600. See, and that's the thing is, like, I see something like that and I get excited because it's like I can probably get pretty close to that and like not lose my mind trying to do it. And then there's like Intel where it's like, yeah, I've seen some pretty crazy Intel memory screenshots. I don't know how they get that to work, because it never works for me. I don't think I have Benchmade installed on here. But yeah, I'm thinking, like, if I'm gonna do memory, then it'll be like PyPrime for latency and Benchmade, Y-Cruncher for bandwidth. I guess there's technically also Microbench as a very synthetic memory benchmark. Yeah, but 90, like, the... I think I'm just gonna run it on AMD again. It's just like the idea of having to deal with Intel's memory stability. Nope. Nope. Like, if somebody else like, honestly, it's gotten to the like, it is very rare that, like, I want to actively get rid of hardware. That isn't, like, a motherboard, right? Because motherboards take up a lot of space, so they're, like, actually physically inconvenient. But I have seriously considered, like, getting, like, because, like, I bought a 13900 KS, and at this point I've considered on multiple occasions, you know, maybe I should just sell the stupid thing. There's some Z790 motherboards that wait, I bought one. Yeah, I have the MSI ITX board for Z790, and it's like, I should maybe get rid of that too, because like, and then I have a Z790 Dark, and it's just like, should I get rid of that as well? But then again, I have a bunch of like random old DDR3 era motherboards that I don't really use that much, and yeah, but the thing is, I don't hate any of those. Whereas it's like, yeah, is it compatible with an LGA 1700 CPU? Then I hate it. So what CPUs does your motherboard take? Ah, it doesn't take AM5? I'm not interested. So the thing is, the 12-volt high power connector is only really a problem on like a 4090 or maybe a 4080. I don't think anybody has had one of those connectors melt on a 4070. Like, the connector can handle, like, the issue, like, the connector can handle quite a lot of power. It's just, like, pretty borderline when it's powering a 40... Well, it seems to be pretty borderline when powering a 4090. But, like, 4070s don't pull anywhere near as much power as 4090s do. Oh, well, I think I'll end the stream here. Oh, it went completely off the rails towards the end again, but, well... No. Man, I wish I could just give somebody else the Intel testing. So yeah, anyway, that's it. So thanks for watching, thanks for the super chats, and goodbye, I guess. How did the 760 fare? It maxed out at 1424 megahertz on the core and like 1820 on the memory.